Chapter 664, New Residents. The construction of Stone Forest Town's basic infrastructure was finally complete. A massive, 8-story-tall building dominated the town's heart. Zero-Wing's 6-winged guild emblem graced the front of this building, and even from afar, one could see it clearly. This fortress-like superstructure was none other than Zero-Wing's new guild residence. Aside from Zero-Wing's residence, the second most eye-catching architecture was a 7-story shop. Shi Feng had prepared this for the candlelight trading firm. To construct this shop, Shi Feng had paid a total of 1,500 gold in material fees. Fortunately, he was in charge of the town. Otherwise, the price of the land alone would have emptied Zero-Wing's coffers. The town also possessed plenty of 2-story buildings for other players to use. If not for his lack of funds, Shi Feng would have preferred 5-story buildings rather than 2-story. After all, these buildings were all within Stone Forest Town's golden area. The taller the building was, the more he could charge in rent. Shi Feng had specifically designed the town to allow its main street to lead towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any players that entered the town with intentions of heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains would have to travel down the main street. Hence, the flow of traffic would have to pass by these shops, ensuring that they would not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Shi Feng had also constructed a hotel and smithy, infrastructures that were most important to players. Only, as his funds were limited at the moment, the hotel and smithy were quite ordinary. He could only reconstruct them in the future. When Melancholic Smile saw the town, her eyes instantly lit up. Although she did not participate in any combat, she was well informed. She had long since known that Zero-Wing had taken control of Stone Forest Town. However, she had never imagined that Zero-Wing would be capable of so much. The candlelight trading firm's 2-star shop in White River City was only 5 stories tall, yet the shop here was 7 stories tall. Moreover, it occupied a much larger area. Not only could the shop here accommodate many more lifestyle players, but there was also no need to fuss about lacking space for a warehouse. At this point, the candlelight trading firm was developing faster and faster. Although they had set up branches in many important cities, there was simply not enough space to store the materials they collected due to Shi Feng's hoarding requests. After they had filled their shop's warehouses, they had no choice but to rent warehouses from the bank. However, such a massive shop in Stone Forest Town would solve much of their storage problem. Shi Feng quickly led Melancholic Smile and the others to Zero-Wing's new guild residence. This is the design for the teleportation magic array. Take a look. I hope that you can manufacture it as soon as possible, Shi Feng said as he revealed the design. Any player, regardless of class, could manufacture the teleportation magic array. Only, as the manufacturing process was too complex and cumbersome, it was not a job for a single person. Moreover, highly skilled forging players would have a higher success rate with the teleportation array. Hence, Shi Feng asked Melancholic Smile and the other intermediate forgers to construct it for him. Teleportation magic array design. Everyone was thunderstruck. Although they were not combat players, they knew full well just how valuable a teleportation magic array was. Their trip to Stone Forest Town had proven this. In total, they had spent over 10 hours traveling from White River City to Stone Forest Town. There were only 48 hours in a day in God's domain, and most players would only be online for roughly 20 to 30 of those hours. Hence, it was extremely frustrating to spend more than 10 hours on travel. Unfortunately, players had no choice but to travel here as this was the leveling map for players level 30 and above. The Stoneclaw Mountains also loomed nearby, reminding players of the benefits it offered. If there were a teleportation magic array, however, many things would become easier. If they constructed a teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town, they could teleport between the town and other cities. They could save more than 10 hours of travel time. While others wasted more than 10 hours of their day, they could use that time to focus on more important matters. It would be extremely easy to shake off the other guilds. However, what no one knew was that Shifeng had other plans for the teleportation array in this town. The teleportation magic array's manufacturing process is so complex. Cream Coco's interest was more than piqued. When forging weapons and equipment, forgers would often engrave runes or other strange images on the items. She was absolutely clueless about the meaning behind these runes and images. However, as they played an important role in determining her forging success rate, she often retreated to the library for research. Unfortunately, what she could learn from the library was limited. Although she had learned plenty, her understanding of runes and images was still half-baked. The teleportation magic array was intensely magical. The array utilized a massive number of runes and images. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary forging designs. The design referred to many concepts that were not available in the library's database. Guild leader, this will be a massive undertaking. With the few of us here, it will take a very long time to complete. Melancholic Smile laughed bitterly after a brief examination of the design. I know. However, the teleportation magic array is exceptionally difficult to manufacture. Even basic forgers will struggle to meet the minimum requirements. Hence, I've asked the few of you. After you discuss and distribute the tasks, make a photocopy of the part of the design you will work on and find me for the materials you require. Shifeng had already predicted that his forgers would need a lot of time to complete the task. However, he would rather waste a little time than deal with unnecessary failures. Fortunately, the teleportation magic array was an assembly of parts. Even if Melancholic Smile and the others failed to manufacture certain parts, they would not need to restart the process from scratch. However, the materials he had on hand were limited. He really did not dare risk letting basic forgers try their hand. After Melancholic Smile and the others finished splitting up the workload and photocopied the teleportation magic array design, Shifeng stored the design and headed towards the first floor's lounge. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary designs. It was not a learning type design. After a player clicked to learn an ordinary design, said design would become useless, and the player would have learned to produce the item recorded. However, the teleportation magic array design could not be learned in such a way. Players could only mimic the procedures recorded. Moreover, the design was a consumable item. Once players completed all procedures and managed to manufacture the teleportation magic array, it would not be functional yet. The actual design was needed to activate the teleportation array because the design itself contained special magic. This special magic was required to fix the teleportation coordinates to the array in question. The teleportation magic array design could be used to fix transfer coordinates up to 10 times. The design did not allow players to learn and produce an unlimited number of teleportation magic arrays. Inside the guild's lounge, Shifeng retrieved a magic scroll. However, unlike ordinary magic scrolls, which were only the size of a book, this magic scroll was as large as he was. Shifeng had spent 300 gold to obtain this magic scroll. Its function was to bind coordinates. It allowed guild members to use transfer scrolls to teleport to the guild residence they were bound to. Previously, as Zero Wings guild residents occupied White River City, even without using a transfer scroll, Zero Wings members could just use a return scroll to return to White River City. Hence, this magic scroll would have only been a waste of money. However, things were different now. Now that Zero Wing had a residence in Stone Forest Town, even if the town did not possess a teleportation array, guild members could simply purchase a transfer scroll from the guild hall and teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 665, New Discovery. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outermost region. Due to the Star Alliance's advertising, the stream of players rushing towards the Stoneclaw Mountains increased by the minute. Even experts from the surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire arrived in droves. Although there was a minimum level requirement of 30 to enter the regional dungeon, easily more than 50,000 players had pushed into the Stoneclaw Mountains thus far. Moreover, as time passed, this number would continue to increase. Boss Red, there's a half-orc settlement ahead of us. The settlement houses over 300 elite half-orcs and over 20 special elites. There are also 4 Wolfman chieftains and 1 Wolfman lord. A settlement? Red Feather smiled. Excellent. Notify Willow's team immediately. If we combined our strength, we should be able to take down the settlement. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains were a treasured land, that did not mean that players could obtain magic crystals and equipment easily. After experimenting for some time, the various large guilds had discovered certain patterns. Compared to monsters in settlements, the dungeon's roaming monsters were far less profitable. The difference in drop rate for magic crystals was particularly massive. Often enough, the harvest one could obtain after taking down a single monster settlement could top even an entire day's worth of income for a 100-man team. However, settlements were extremely rare. Moreover, even a 100-man team would find it very difficult to take down a settlement. Normally, when a team managed to discover a settlement, they could only circle and watch. However, the Star Alliance did not need to waste their time. Boss Red, my equipment had already reached the red caution line. I doubt the remaining durability will last me through a big battle, a shield warrior spoke up after seeing the warning sign beside his equipment's durability. The Stoneclaw Mountains terrain was complex. Not only were there a large number of monsters here, but the monsters were also quite powerful individually. If a team were too large, not only would they monsters discover them easily, but they would also set off a chain reaction, making it harder for the team to survive. Ever since the battle for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance's overall strength had decreased significantly. Fortunately, their top combatants had not received any damage, so the guild's loss did not affect their progression in 100-man team dungeons and the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the half-orcs in the Stoneclaw Mountains were very powerful. Their armor break ability had caused players massive headaches. Equipment that normally lasted for a long time would drop to a critical durability after only a dozen or so battles. If an item's durability reached 0, repairing it would no longer be possible. At that time, it could only be disassembled for its raw materials. In truth, it wasn't just the lead MT's equipment that had reached a critical point. The equipment of the other MTs and melee players in Red Feather's team had also reached a critical level. Weapons and equipment were different. One could recover a weapon's durability through advanced whetstones. However, there were no items available that could recover equipment's durability. Players could only bring their equipment to a smithy for repairs. This was also why players did not normally pay much attention to their equipment. During battle, players would typically attack and defend with their weapons. Very rarely would their equipment receive a blow. Hence, their equipment's durability decreased slowly. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were different. Their armor break ability already made them fairly powerful, but they also possessed relatively high intelligence. They would often find opportunities to strike at a player's vital points, quickly decreasing their equipment's durability. What about your backup equipment? Red Feather frowned slightly. I've used it already. This is my final set. The shield warrior was also quite frustrated. After entering the Stoneclaw Mountains, the various large guilds quickly discovered that the dungeon exhausted their equipment's durability. It was especially true for the MTs. Hence, they had specifically prepared multiple sets of equipment in advance to replace their equipment when needed. However, after one day of grinding, they had exhausted their backup equipment. Damn it! A round trip will take us an entire day. If we wait, some other team will snatch this settlement, Red Feather growled with frustration. He then asked, what about the party that was sent to replace our equipment? Everyone knew how much trouble it was to go back and forth to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds had arranged parties to deliver replacement equipment for their teams to save time. Boss, I just asked, and the supply party says that it'll take them another 8 hours or so to reach the dungeon's entrance. 8 hours? Red Feather doubted that this settlement would remain undiscovered for another 8 hours. At this point, the number of teams that came to grind for magic crystals continuously increased. Although the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, it was only slightly stronger than the first-rate guilds of the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Not to mention, even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had joined the party. We'll retreat and meet up with the supply party. Have Willow's team watch over this half-orc settlement. We must not let someone else obtain it. Saying so, Red Feather prepared his team to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. Since the lead MT's equipment was already in the red, it would not be wise to engage in battle. And since they could not participate in fights, their best option was to meet up with the supply party. At the same time, the various teams around the Stoneclaw Mountains struggled with the same headache. If they used level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, they could replace the items as often as they wanted to. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were just too powerful and numerous. Without level 30 fine gold or above equipment, they would not last long. If they used secret silver equipment, the equipment could become scrap at any given moment. Yet, level 30 fine gold or above equipment was simply too rare. The various large guilds could only secure a limited stock. Hence, each team possessed very little backup equipment. Most teams were usually forced to rest after grinding for half a day, only to resume after their supply parties arrived. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town. The town, which had been heavily guarded and had refused entrance to outsiders, suddenly removed the ban. The guards that usually patrol the town's perimeter gone. Hey, look over there. Independent players are entering and leaving Stone Forest Town. The various guild supply parties quickly discovered the change. Unable to help their curiosity, some of these players approached the town. Originally, Stone Forest Town had not possessed a tall exterior wall. Ever since the town fell into Zero Wing's control, the Adventurers Association had automatically built one for the town, making it difficult for players to investigate the situation inside. Zero Wing's guild residence is huge. Isn't that the Candlelight trading firm? It's in operation already. There's a hotel over there. Quick, look. There's a smithy. The players who entered the town were immediately mesmerized. Just a few days ago, Stone Forest Town had been a pile of ruins, yet the town had become brand new and offered far more than it had previously. Crap, I need to notify the guild. Zero Wing is amazing. It's only been a few days, and already, they have a smithy and hotel. Compared to the majestic guild residence and trading firm, the players that entered Stone Forest Town paid more attention to the two facilities that could repair their equipment and allow them to recover their stamina and concentration. Very quickly, news about Stone Forest Town spread to every team in the Stoneclaw Mountains, shocking the various guilds. After Sherfong had obtained the town token, the guilds had launched an extensive investigation on the town's construction. However, they were immediately flabbergasted. Nobody could have imagined that constructing a town was actually so expensive. The initial investment alone required cost over 10,000 gold. If one wanted the town to operate properly, they would have to spend even more money. Most likely, even though Zero Wing was very wealthy, it would be a long time before the guild could operate Stone Forest Town. None of the guild would have ever imagined that Zero Wing could get the job done in just a few days. Chapter 666, Shocking Income. What? Stone Forest Town is open to outsiders. And it has a smithy that can repair equipment. When the various teams in Stoneclaw Mountain received this information, they acted as if they had just found out that the sky was falling. Stone Forest Town was just an hour away from the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even a round trip would just take 2 hours. It was far less time compared to the supply parties that took over 10 hours to travel from Starmoon City. Let's go, we're going to Stone Forest Town. The leaders of the various teams immediately issued orders upon receiving this news and quickly made their way to Stone Forest Town. In truth, they were going to Stone Forest Town not just to repair their equipment, but to hasten their stamina and concentration recovery as well. The recovery rate in the field tents was just too slow. In just a few hours, the previously quiet Stone Forest Town became very lively. Guild leader, I understand sheltering Ouroboros as members, but why are you allowing everyone to rest in town? Aren't we giving away our advantage? Aqua Rose asked in confusion. Currently, she stood on the guild residence's observation deck, looking down at the members of the various large guilds. Seeing their merry spirits, it looked as if they were celebrating New Year's Eve. Although more guilds gathered in the Stoneclaw Mountains as time passed, none of them had any chance of capturing Stone Forest Town. If they limited entry to Zero Wing and Ouroboros as members, both guilds could obtain far more magic crystals than their competitors. At that time, they could definitely nurture experts much faster than the other guilds and could use the opportunity to widen the gap between themselves and the other guilds. Yet, now, after struggling through so many challenges to reconstruct the town, Shifeng chose to permit entry to everyone. How were they supposed to widen the gap now? You're placing too much importance on the profit right before your eyes. At the end of the day, the Stoneclaw Mountains is only a regional dungeon. It is not the only place players can obtain magic crystals. Moreover, as everyone's levels increase, the various guilds' core members will be able to use mounts at level 40. At that time, we will regain our lead, Shifeng said, laughing. Moreover, I didn't build this town just so we could obtain more magic crystals. It's also meant to earn money for the guild. Earn money? Aqua Rose was confused. Although we have the advantage of owning the town, most likely, the various large guilds will use the consumables they produced rather than purchase the items from the candlelight trading firm. How are we supposed to make money? Look at the smithy. Shifeng pointed towards the smithy in the distance. At the moment, there was a very long line outside of the smithy. That's where we'll make our money. Currently, there were several hundred players outside the smithy. Every one of them carried an entire team's worth of equipment. Several hundred players meant several hundred 100-man teams' equipment. One could just imagine how profitable the equipment repair business was. However, we don't claim the smithy's repair fees. We only collect taxes. Aqua Rose was even more confused now. We collect a fixed tax. However, don't forget that all the properties in the town are under our control. I have merely hired NPCs to man the smithy and repair equipment. As for prices, I have the final say, Shifeng explained with satisfaction. Hence, I've tripled the smithy's repair fees. These players can decide whether or not they want to pay the fee to repair their equipment. Aqua Rose gasped. She then said, triple. Why would anyone agree to that? It was not cheap to repair a piece of equipment. Repair fees were a guild's largest expenditure. Raising the fees to 3 times the original price would be fatal to a guild. That's the point. I don't want them to spend coins to repair their equipment because, aside from paying triple the original repair fee, there is another method of payment. This is something that can only be done in a guild town. Not only is it possible to pay for items and services using credits in a guild town, but it is also possible to use certain items such as magic crystals as a form of currency. Shifeng smiled faintly. If they pay with magic crystals, considering the current market value, the repair fees will only cost 1.5 times the usual rate. Meanwhile, all of the magic crystals the smithy receives will belong to us. We just need to pay some coins in return. Before this, Shifeng had already received a report from Ouroboros regarding the income of the various guild teams and had set the repair fees accordingly. If he set the repair fees at market rate, their rival guilds would gain the advantage. Meanwhile, 1.5 times the market rate was just barely within the various large guilds' budgets. Hence, the guilds who had lined up outside the smithy to repair their equipment were gnashing their teeth while they waited. With more than 10,000 pieces of equipment needing repairs, just how many magic crystals would it cost? Doesn't that mean that the various large guilds are currently earning magic crystals for Zero Wing? A realization suddenly struck Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why Shifeng so generously allowed the various guilds to enter Stone Forest Town. Compared to grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains themselves, not only would they earn far more magic crystals by letting the various large guilds grind for them, but they could also save plenty of time and manpower. This is just the start. Soon, they will discover that, the moment they set foot in Stone Forest Town, the magic crystals in their inventories ceased to belong to them. Shifeng had never intended to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains for himself. With so much free labor available, why should he waste the time of Zero Wing's core members? In fact, the hotel and leisure centers employed a similar business model as well. These establishments' prices were set according to normal rates if one paid with magic crystals, but double when using coins. In other words, Stone Forest Town had already become a goldmine for magic crystals. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, the town could earn more than 2,000 magic crystals in a single day. Moreover, as time progressed and more players entered the town, this number would increase. If it were up to Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion to grind for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, even if they slaved all day, they would never obtain 1,000 magic crystals, let alone 2,000. With a steady income of 2,000 magic crystals each day from Stone Forest Town, in addition to the magic crystals the guild normally obtained from dungeons, Shifeng could support Zero Wing's massive daily expenditures. Otherwise, the magic crystals Shifeng had accumulated previously would last for only so long. Meanwhile, the various large guilds in Stone Forest Town were complaining about and gnashing their teeth at Zero Wing. However, they were utterly helpless against the guild as Stone Forest Town was under Zero Wing's control. Helpless, they could only hand over a portion of the magic crystals they had obtained. After all, they could earn more magic crystals during the time they saved by traveling here rather than to Starmoon City. Overall, they would still earn more than they had been. After Shifeng finished with Stone Forest Town's affairs, he passed the management of the town's daily affairs to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City to focus on claiming the first clear of the Frost Prison. As a 100-man team dungeon, the Frost Prison was incredibly difficult. Even until now, one could count on a single hand the number of guilds that had obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard-mode team dungeon throughout God's domain. As for Starmoon Kingdom, no one had earned this achievement yet. This was not due to everyone lacking appropriate equipment. Rather, it was because everyone's combat techniques were not up to snuff. Even Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smiles experts had quite a ways to go before meeting the minimum requirement. Hence, the various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were all stuck at the final boss of their respective 100-man team dungeons. Precisely because of this, Shifeng had never bothered leading Zero Wing's team to raid the Frost Prison. Now, however, the situation had changed. In order to improve the strength of Zero Wing's main force, he had invested a large number of magic crystals into the team, allowing them to practice and improve their combat techniques at the Divine Colosseum undisturbed. He had even given them a taste of the 100 berry wine's effects. After a period of training, every member of the main force was now capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor by relying on their own abilities, finally becoming experts. Chapter 667, 12 Sacred Nights. Inside the Frost Prison. The final boss, the Frost Giant, roared, causing the entire Frost Cavern to shake. In the next moment, countless icicles on the ceiling of the cave abruptly broke off and fell. The 100 level 30 players in the cave desperately dodged the descending icicles. If struck by these icicles, even an MT who had activated a life-saving skill would not be able to survive a single hit, much less any other classes. Everyone, pay attention to dodging, but don't waste too much stamina either. The boss only has 30% HP remaining, Werewolf hurriedly reminded his team after throwing himself to the floor to avoid the Frost Giant's steel hammer. At the moment Werewolf's maximum HP was already more than 9,000. He was only behind Cola, who was equipped with a complete Tier 1 set equipment, by over 1,000 HP. He could definitely be considered one of the highest HP MTs in the game. Compared to the Frost Giant, which was the size of a small hill, Werewolf's HP was like a mere speck of dust. Frost Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 32. HP 45,000,000/45,000,000. As the ruler of the Frost Prison, a 100-man team dungeon, the Frost Giant was considerably more powerful than any boss they had faced previously. Not only did it possess extremely high HP, but its massive 5-story tall body could cause great destruction with every action. Even Werewolf would receive nearly -4,000 damage when he blocked one of the Frost Giant's attacks with his shield. If he received a direct hit, his base damage would certainly exceed -6,000 points. In addition, the Great Lord also possessed a Frost Domain. The Frost Domain had a coverage area of 200 yards. Not only would everyone within the domain's movement and attack speed reduce by 40%, but the domain would also their stamina consumption rate by several times. It was common knowledge that, in God's domain, every movement a player made consumed stamina. However, as stamina was a hidden attribute, players were unable to check for their own stamina. Once they consumed their stamina to a certain degree, players would no longer be able to fight. They could only resume combat after resting for a time. In ordinary battles, players would not be able to exhaust their stamina completely even after 3 to 4 hours of continuous fighting. However, when a player's movements increased in intensity, their stamina consumption rate would also increase correspondingly. Meanwhile, the battles conducted in a large-scale team dungeon would be undeniably intense. Inside a large-scale team dungeon, even the slightest mistake could lead to a team wipe. Therefore, the burden placed on a player's stamina was incredibly significant. Under the effects of the Frost Domain, players would only be able to fight for a short time before they collapsed from exhaustion. In such an extreme battle, ordinary players would only last 5 or 6 minutes. Even elite players would last just 2 or 3 minutes longer. Only players who possessed powerful control over their own bodies could minimize their stamina consumption to the very minimum and last more than 12 minutes in the battle against the Frost Giant. However, very few players were capable of achieving such a high degree of control. After being struck by another wave of icicles, several more players fell flat on the floor from overexhaustion. They were unable to attack the boss, even if they wanted to. How many people are still able to fight? Werewolf asked through the team chat as he lifted his large shield to intercept the Frost Giant. Boss Wolf, we just lost another 4 more melees, and 1 ranged, we only have 76 people left, an oracle standing at the rear line replied. 76. Werewolf looked at the Frost Giant's HP, currently, the Great Lord still had 27% of its HP remaining, which was roughly 12,150,000 HP. With their current damage output, they would have to continue attacking the boss for another 3 minutes or so to end the battle. However, after experiencing so many battles against this boss, Werewolf knew very clearly that the further they proceeded into the battle, the more players would become overexhausted. It was simply impossible to finish the battle in 3 minutes. Is it still impossible? The Frost Giant did not have many powerful skills. As long as one familiarized themselves with the Great Lord's skills, they could mostly evade the powerful moves of the boss. However, instead of dying to one of the boss's skills, the team had died from overexhaustion. If this matter were made known to others, they would certainly become a laughingstock. 5 minutes later, a group of people appeared at the resurrection point of the Frost Prison. This group of people was none other than the members of Overwhelming Smile. Boss, the Frost Giant's combat technique requirement is simply too high. If we want to clear the dungeon, we'll need to have Underworld send more experts to us. It's no solution to continue losing EXP here, Soaring Snake, clad in black armor, suggested. Although Underworld is paying great attention to White River City, its main focus is still on the Frostwolf Kingdom and the Snowstorm Kingdom. The organization won't be willing to dispatch many experts to us. Besides, we can now bring the final boss down to less than 10% HP. As long as we have over a dozen people still alive near the end, we can clear the dungeon. Warwolf shook his head, denying Soaring Snake's suggestion. He then said, "It's a pity Yulan is too busy with managing the trading firm and guild over at Maple City. With her skills and wisdom, we might have already cleared the dungeon by now." Hearing Warwolf say so, everyone could not help but nod their heads in agreement. When one spoke about the experts of Overwhelming Smile, the strongest expert was definitely Warwolf. However, nobody could ever guess that the second strongest expert in the guild was actually Yulan. Yulan's harmless appearance must not fool one. When it came to an actual fight, even the prideful and talented Soaring Snake was not a match for her, so much so that Soaring Snake could not even shave off 1/3 of Yulan's HP before being defeated. The fight between Yulan and Soaring Snake had stupefied everyone. Originally, Soaring Snake was considered one of the top few experts of Ouroboros. After receiving Warwolf's knowledge of numerous combat techniques, Soaring Snake's strength had soared by leaps and bounds. Yet, he was still not a match for Yulan. "Let's head back," Warwolf said through the team chat. He no longer wished to waste any more time here. Just as the members of Overwhelming Smile were about to leave, the sound of a system announcement entered everyone's ears. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 4 million EXP, 70 silver, 100 White River City reputation points, and 40 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 5 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 6 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 100 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 Humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times. The teams raiding the Frost Prison were instantly stupefied. Nobody would have thought that the first guild to clear a 100-man team dungeon in Starmoon Kingdom would be the newly established Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial? Warwolf's expression turned grim, a hint of confusion flashing across his eyes. Although there were many experts in Heaven's Burial, they should be about equal in strength to Overwhelming Smile. Yet, Heaven's Burial had actually managed to raid the hard mode Frost Prison so quickly. No matter how he thought about it, there was something fishy. A short moment later, a group of players appeared at the Frost Prison teleportation gate. These people all wore the emblem of Heaven's Burial on their chests, and they were uniformly level 30. Meanwhile, the leader of the team, the cleric, Flame Blood, looked at Warwolf and smiled. Beside Flame Blood, there were also many faces that Warwolf had never seen before. Meanwhile, every one of these new arrivals emitted sharp and frightening auras that were stronger than even Warwolf's. Team Leader Wolf, it seems that Heaven's Burial has managed to come out slightly on top this time, Flame Blood said as he walked up to greet Warwolf. I've always thought that Zero Wing was our greatest opponent. I never thought that Heaven's Burial had hidden its strength so deeply. However, although Overwhelming Smile has lost this time, the results will not necessarily be the same the next time, Warwolf replied, smiling. He could not help but take a look at the few people standing beside Flame Blood. This time, he was fully convinced of his loss because even he could not see through the strength of the Guardian Knight beside Flame Blood. The man gave off a feeling similar to a mountain. Despite having used an advanced identification skill on the Guardian Knight, all Warwolf managed to see was the fact that the Guardian Knight had over 10,000 HP, nearly 1,000 more than he did. The Guardian Knight's strength was definitely above his own. With such a powerful MT, in addition to top-tier experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and several other experts who were a match for the Guardian Knight expert, it was very reasonable for Heaven's Burial to clear the hard-mode Frost Prison. In the middle of the two's conversation, Shi Feng had arrived before the dungeon together with his team. The expressions on each of their faces at the moment were very ugly. None of them would have thought that Heaven's Burial would obtain the first clear of the Frost Prison. Guild Leader Black Flame, it is truly a pity. If you had come here a little earlier, the first clear of this dungeon might have belonged to Zero Wing instead, Flame Blood laughed elegantly. The achievement of obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon this time would lift Heaven's Burial's reputation to a whole new level. Although it still could not become White River City's #1 guild, at the very least, everyone would no longer think that Heaven's Burial was inferior to Zero Wing. In terms of dungeon raiding capabilities, others might even think that Heaven's Burial was slightly superior. Shi Feng did not make a response regarding Heaven's Burial's unexpected performance. Sweeping his gaze across the members of Heaven's Burial, his attention immediately fell onto a single person. Why is one of the 12 sacred knights here? Shi Feng was inwardly stunned when he saw the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood. Chapter 668, Challenge. Other than those extraordinarily rare, God-ranked experts, there had been countless experts in God's domain. There had even been many Tier 5 experts. In the past, the top 12 Tier 5 players of every class had been known as the 12 Sacred Experts. Tier 5 experts were considered treasures to any guild. They were geniuses that could not be ignored. Any guild that managed to nurture a Tier 5 expert would celebrate for days. Meanwhile, the 12 Sacred Experts were a group of players standing at the very peak of Tier 5 classes. They had been geniuses among geniuses. Right now, the Guardian Knight standing beside Flame Blood had been one of the famous 12 Sacred Knights, Lightning Blade. Not only was his blade work astonishingly fast, but he was also famous for having an impenetrable defense. In the past, even the 12 Sacred Assassins had been unable to break through his defense. Lightning Blade had ranked 8th among the 12 Sacred Knights. However, the most frightening aspect about him was the fact that he had been an independent player. Had Lightning Blade joined a first-rate guild early on in the past, he might have had the chance to join the Tier 6 God-ranked players. Shi Feng never imagined that Heaven's Burial could actually rope in such a peerless expert. He was slightly surprised. There was no doubting the importance of an MT to a team. Heaven's Burial had already recruited many experts of the virtual gaming world. Now, they had even managed to recruit such a powerful MT. Lightning Blade's entry into the guild instantly elevated the strength of Heaven's Burial's main force by several levels. You're the famous one-hit Azura, Black Flame. Lightning Blade shifted his gaze to Shi Feng. Grinning, he said, I heard that you were Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. I have always enjoyed challenging experts. Why don't we have a duel? I want to see whether the rumored one-hit Azura is actually as godly as they say, being able to send anyone to the afterlife with just one hit. Or maybe everything was just a big lie. The moment Lightning Blade finished his words, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. At this moment, every member of Zero Wing radiated an intense killing intent. Shi Feng was their guild leader. How dare anyone just walk up to him and issue a challenge, not to mention doing so with such a disrespectful tone. This was an insult to Zero Wing itself. However, as the leader of Heaven's Burial's team, rather than stopping Lightning Blade, Flame Blood simply stood by his side, smiling. Although it was not wise to provoke Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's momentum was in full swing. It was also a good thing to have Lightning Blade test the depths of Shi Feng's strength. Not only would this improve the guild's reputation, but it would also serve as a foundation to deal with Shi Feng in the future. Moreover, In the event that Lightning Blade managed to defeat Shifeng, Heaven's Burial's fame would soar. Standing by the side, Werewolf played the role of an observer in this fight. If Shifeng refused Lightning Blade's challenge, Heaven's Burial would definitely spread the news of this matter, claiming that Shifeng was afraid to accept the challenge. Shifeng's position as the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom would definitely be at risk. However, if he accepted the challenge, he would also risk revealing his strength to his enemies. If this happened, he would not have as many hidden advantages in future battles. Violet Cloud suddenly stepped forward and said, "Don't you think it's a little too early for you to challenge our guild leader? However, I'll be your opponent." "You? A cleric?" Lightning Blade glanced at the young and slender Violet Cloud. With disdain, he said, "I have no interest in unripened little girls like you. Black Flame, you can't possibly send a little girl into battle just because you're afraid of facing me, right? Little girl?" Violet Cloud remained unperturbed by the Guardian Knight's insult. Smiling calmly, she said, "If you can't even defeat a little girl like me, what qualifications do you have to face our guild leader? Then, are you saying that, as long as I beat you, your guild leader will fight me?" Lightning Blade countered with a question of his own. "I guarantee it." Shifeng nodded. "Okay, I look forward to experiencing guild leader Black Flame's brilliant moves," Lightning Blade laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Violet Cloud. Following which, both teams distanced themselves from each other, creating a space for the fighters. "Lightning, be careful of that girl. She's not as simple as she looks. She's an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor. She should be just as strong, if not stronger, than Ghost Shadow," Flame Blood warned the MT. Lightning Blade was an expert that Heaven's Burial had spared no expense to recruit. The Guardian Knight's strength spoke for itself. Even Ghost Shadow had failed to damage him as Lightning Blade had blocked every one of the assassin's attacks. With his exceedingly high HP and lightning quick attacks, Lightning Blade eventually wore Ghost Shadow down, claiming his life. One could say that Lightning Blade had a massive advantage in PvP battles. Against a low-damage cleric, it would be child's play for Lightning Blade to secure a victory. However, a little caution never hurt anybody. "Relax. I've known about this for a while. I'm just trying to agitate Black Flame so that he will agree to a duel." Lightning Blade no longer had a prideful and arrogant air around himself. On the contrary, he remained calm and attached great importance to this duel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shifeng secretly passed a bottle of 100-berry wine to Violet Cloud, saying softly, "Drink this before you fight him. Do not let him within 10 yards of you." Though Shifeng was unsure of Lightning Blade's current strength, he did know one of his weaknesses. While knowing this weakness would do little good to ordinary experts, to Violet Cloud, however, it would help her tremendously in the upcoming battle. "Guild leader, is Lightning Blade so strong that Violet Cloud needs to drink 100-berry wine?" Fire Dance was confused by Shifeng's actions. In Zero Wing, when speaking about combat techniques, Violet Cloud was even superior to her. Meanwhile, in terms of strength, she was only slightly superior to Violet Cloud due to the advantage of her class and weapons. They both wore the best available equipment in all of God's domain. With their current standards, there were very few people who could defeat them in Star Moon Kingdom. Even against an expert like Werewolf, Fire Dance was confident that both she and Violet Cloud had more than a 60% chance of defeating him. "If we're going to win, we have to win brilliantly," Shifeng laughed. He did not think that the current Violet Cloud was inferior to Lightning Blade. The girl was even an astromancer, a hidden class. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone could not help but roll their eyes at their guild leader. This was simply extravagant. Normally, they had to fight tooth for nail against each other to obtain a single bottle, exhausting themselves. Yet, now, Shifeng let a bottle go to waste just for a flashy win. If they had known something like this would happen, they would have volunteered. That was the 100-berry wine. Drinking just one bottle could allow one to become a top-tier expert. 2 bottles could push one to the apex of Star Moon Kingdom. Without hesitation, Violet Cloud emptied the bottle of 100-berry wine, a faint blush appearing on her white, delicate cheeks. Tasting her lips, it was obvious she still could not get enough of the beverage. She was adorable. The members of Heaven's Burial were surprised when they saw Zero Wings members watch Violet Cloud enviously. What was going on with Zero Wings members? Was participating in the duel really something to be jealous of? This will be interesting. That young lady easily toyed with Nimble Snake in the past. Warwolf wore a playful smile. He then shifted his gaze to Lightning Blade, a cunning spark flashing in his eyes. This is a good chance to see just how powerful that Guardian Knight is. I actually feel a significant pressure from him. Standing by his side, Nimble Snake nodded in agreement with Warwolf's words. Violet Cloud's combat techniques were indeed very powerful. She had actually reached the 7th floor of the Trial Tower. However, actual combat and challenging the Trial Tower were 2 entirely different things. Previously, he had lost to Violet Cloud due to the latter having the advantage in tiers. Otherwise, the outcome would not have necessarily ended in Violet Cloud's favor. His strength had improved significantly since then. If they faced each other again, he would definitely win against Violet Cloud. Once both combatants were ready, Lightning Blade and Violet Cloud initiated the duel. System countdown, 5 seconds. System countdown, 4 seconds. System, duel, start. Chapter 669, Divine Exemption. When the duel began, everyone's attention promptly shifted towards the 2 fighters. One was a Guardian Knight, while the other was a Cleric. Neither was a high-damage class. In this matchup, however, Lightning Blade held the advantage due to the Guardian Knight's a magic resistance aura and several interrupt skills. To Violet Cloud, a fragile and healing-oriented class, this duel was somewhat disadvantageous for her. In terms of HP, Violet Cloud had over 7,000, far above the average for magical classes. However, compared to an MT like Lightning Blade, who had over 10,000 HP, it would not save her. Fall. Lightning Blade immediately charged at Violet Cloud. Tightening his grip on the massive shield in his left hand, he executed Shield Bash. As his entire person crashed into Violet Cloud, Lightning Blade's right arm began to swing, his saber slicing the air as it transformed into a streak of light that flew towards Violet Cloud's delicate neck. The entire process was flawless and happened in the blink of an eye. He had not given Violet Cloud any chance to cast her skills. Such a proficient 2-stage attack, Warwolf could not help but praise the MT as he watched Lightning Blade's performance. Ordinary players would find it difficult just to evade the oncoming shield. Moreover, as the shield came at them, players would instinctively focus on the shield, thereby ignoring Lightning Blade's closely following saber. Against such a 2-stage attack, even an expert at their peak would be distracted by the shield momentarily and miss the opportunity to deal with Lightning Blade's saber. It was very easy for one to fall prey to Lightning Blade's attack. Violet Cloud hurriedly sidestepped, evading the Guardian Knight's shield bash with the least amount of movement. At the same time, she instinctively activated Truth Shield, an instant cast skill. Boom! 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 3 consecutive slashes struck the same spot on the golden shield, and the shield began to show signs of shattering. Reacting, Lightning Blade sent a hammer of sanctions descending on Violet Cloud's head. Moving her feet, Violet Cloud gracefully evaded the Guardian Knight's hammer of sanctions. Your reaction speed is impressive, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, although you might be able to avoid my hammer of sanctions, you won't avoid this move, Lightning Blade sneered. Immediately, he executed Cross Slash, the attack colliding with the golden shield protecting Violet Cloud. Boom! Unable to bear the weight of the attack, the golden shield shattered. In addition, Violet Cloud received over -400 damage. If not for the truth shield absorbing a large portion of the damage, she would have lost a lot more HP. After shattering the cleric's truth shield, Lightning Blade followed up with several more slashes that were aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points. Responding quickly, Violet Cloud immediately activated Terrorizing Roar, causing all enemies within range to lose control of their characters. With a calm expression, Lightning Blade let out a low shout. In the next moment, his body released a golden brilliance. Tier 1 skill, Divine Exemption. For the next 7 seconds, he became immune to all control skills. Violet Cloud's Terrorizing Roar was rendered completely useless. After effortlessly diffusing the skill, Lightning Blade's saber continued to fall towards Violet Cloud without losing any momentum. Violet Cloud was caught off guard. Although she tried to block with her staff, the Guardian Knight's attacks were simply too fast. In the end, she received a few hits. Instantly, Violet Cloud was sent flying, her HP rapidly decreasing. Every attack had devoured over 500 HP. After 3 consecutive strikes, Violet Cloud had lost over 1,500 HP. Now, she had less than 5,000 HP remaining. While Divine Exemption was still in effect, Lightning Blade continued to pursue his enemy ruthlessly. Easily dodging Violet Cloud's sacred sanctions, he swiftly appeared before the cleric once again. Divine Storm. Consecutive Holy Slash. Although Violet Cloud constantly tried to put more distance between herself and Lightning Blade, Guardian Knights possessed skills that could enhance their movement speed. Hence, Violet Cloud could only desperately try to defend against the oncoming attacks, her HP rapidly decreasing in the process. Even though she had activated instant recovery to heal herself, the healing she received could not keep up with the damage Lightning Blade dished out. After a short moment, Violet Cloud's HP fell below 3,000. If any other healer class fought Lightning Blade right now, the duel would have long since ended. Lightning Blade's attacks are becoming faster and fiercer. He's not giving that cleric any chances to catch her breath. Although the cleric class does have a few control skills, none of them are effective against Lightning Blade. Smiling faintly, Flame Blood said, however, Violet Cloud really is strong. Even though a cleric is not a combat class, she has still survived against Lightning Blade until now. With her skills, it's no wonder she set foot on the 7th floor. Standing by the side, Ghost Shadow nodded in agreement with Flame Blood's words. At the end of the day, a cleric was not a PvP class. If Fire Dance were the one fighting in this match, Zero Wing might have had a chance of emerging victorious. You're quite good. However, I won't give you any more chances to heal. Grunting, Lightning Blade's body suddenly expanded slightly as he used the Berserk skill, Light Force, increasing his strength and endurance by 30%, and defense by 60% for 20 seconds. Suddenly, Lightning Blade's HP rose to more than 13,000. His damage also increased significantly. Guild Leader Black Flame, it is truly a pity that this battle is going to end so quickly, Flame Blood said as he turned to Shifeng, smiling. The outcome was obvious now. Lightning Blade still had more than 13,000 HP, whereas Violet Cloud had less than 3,000 HP. Though Violet Cloud could technically heal herself, skills such as Healing Light and Greater Healing required one to chant and channel for at least 1 or 2 seconds. Against an expert such as Lightning Blade, Violet Cloud would not have any chance to cast such time-consuming skills. She could only use instant cast skills to heal herself for a small amount of HP. However, now that Lightning Blade had activated a Berserk skill, that small amount of healing was practically negligible. When Lightning Blade activated Berserk mode, even Ghost Shadow, who was proficient in melee combat, would have no choice but to activate Vanish to evade the Guardian Knight's attacks temporarily. Otherwise, he would not survive 3 to 5 moves. Indeed. I had not expected that Lightning Blade would be so impatient, not giving Violet Cloud any extra time. Shifeng nodded. Hearing Shifeng's words, Flame Blood could not help but be surprised. He had not imagined that Shifeng would be so straightforward. With anticipation, he said, "Ha ha ha. Lightning indeed possesses such a personality. However, this is also because he very much looks forward to fighting you, Guild Leader Black Flame." "Fighting me?" Shifeng shook his head. Calmly smiling, he said, "I'm afraid a loser doesn't qualify to challenge me." "Loser?" Confusion appeared on Flame Blood's eyes. Is Guild Leader Black Flame referring to Lightning Blade? Who else would I be referring to? Shifeng rolled his eyes at the cleric. "You have an interesting sense of humor." Flame Blood understood that Shifeng was in denial. "Let's see who will lose, then." Although Shifeng's voice was not loud, experts with keen five sense could hear him clearly, even from a distance. When Lightning Blade heard Shifeng's words, his mouth inadvertently twitched, wrathful flames appearing in his eyes. "I had intended to show some mercy. Now, however, I'll teach you the meaning of despair. If you want to blame someone, blame your guild leader." Lightning Blade transformed into an afterimage and arrived before Violet Cloud, the blade of his saber vanishing as he swung the weapon. At this moment, one could only see the afterimage of his arm. Moreover, the Guardian Knight no longer aimed at Violet Cloud's vital points, but at her limbs instead. Just as Lightning Blade's saber was about to strike Violet Cloud, the saber suddenly stopped an inch before Violet Cloud's arm, unable to proceed. "What's going on?" Lightning Blade muttered in shock. No matter how much strength he used, so much so that the veins in his arms bulged with the effort, his saber could not reach Violet Cloud's body. It was as if he had just struck a steel wall. "Guild Leader, couldn't you have let me play a little longer?" Violet Cloud pouted. Chapter 670, Difference in Skills. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sudden change between the combatants. After activating his Berserk skill, Lightning Blade was extraordinarily powerful, particularly in terms of strength. Yet, his slash, which was backed up by that powerful strength, could not actually touch Violet Cloud. Lightning Blade's saber was frozen 1 inch before reaching Violet Cloud. It was simply inconceivable. A protection skill? Warwolf reacted quickly. There were many kinds of protection skills in God's domain, such as a swordsman's parry or a berserker's block. Magical classes also had corresponding skills. Only, these skills were extremely rare because magical classes were not melee classes. They faced significantly fewer dangers. Hence, these types of skills were very rare. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Protection skills were extremely rare. However, with zero wing strength, it would not be difficult to obtain one such a skill book for Violet Cloud. So, she has a protection skill. However, how many of my attacks do you think your protection skill can withstand? Lightning Blade growled. You are only prolonging your suffering. Saying so, Lightning Blade began brandishing his saber once again. Generally, protection skills could only block a certain number of attacks. Moreover, that number was very low. It was a skill only meant for crucial moments. Standing at a distance, Shifeng could clearly see what was going through Lightning Blade's mind, and he could not help but shake his head. The protection skill Violet Cloud had used was not any ordinary protection skill. The skill was called Absolute Space, and it was a Tier 1 legacy skill unique to Astromancers. When activated, Absolute Space nullified all attacks the caster received for 5 seconds. During this time, the caster was not allowed to move but could cast spells to attack. It was a near-invincible skill. Despite Lightning Blade's relentless assault, the latter did not receive a single point of damage. In the meantime, Violet Cloud casually used lesser healing and recovery, her HP rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, her HP recovered to more than 6,000. She also had plenty of time left on Absolute Space. Taking this opportunity, Violet Cloud began to chant an incantation. Her finger traced line after line of runes in the air. Just as the duration of absolute space was about to expire, Violet Cloud pointed her finger at Lightning Blade, the tip of her finger releasing a black beam at the Guardian Knight before her. Tier 1 spell, Black Coffin. Realizing that something was amiss, Lightning Blade hurriedly tried to dodge. However, before he could do so, 4 pitch-black walls emerged from the ground around him, sealing him in completely. When Nimble Snake saw this, his teeth ground together. This move was precisely the one that Violet Cloud had used to defeat him in the arena. Now that Lightning Blade had similarly fallen prey to it, the outcome of the battle might change drastically. Black Coffin could trap its target for 3 long seconds. Violet Cloud took the opportunity to create some distance between herself and the trapped Guardian Knight. She then leisurely chanted an incantation. The spell she cast this time created a much bigger commotion. As Violet Cloud began chanting, a black magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, the mana in the surrounding area frantically gathered at the magic array. Soon, the black coffin began to fade out of existence. Escaping the coffin, Lightning Blade was immediately greeted by the sight of a black magic array spewing numerous black balls of light. 1, 2. Very quickly, the number increased to 36. Every black ball of light was as large as a basketball, and they covered the entire space above the duel venue. Go! Violet Cloud shouted her command. The black balls of light filling the sky then bombarded Lightning Blade. Violet Cloud's attack came from all directions. Even when Lightning Blade tried to defend himself with his shield, many black balls struck him from his flanks and rear. Unable to endure the barrage, Lightning Blade began to move, attempting to evade the balls of light. After taking 4 steps, however, the Guardian Knight no longer dared to move about carelessly. With each step, he discovered that he would lose over 600 HP. Lightning Blade only had over 13,000 HP. If each step destroyed more than 600 HP, he would be finished with his 22nd step. Yet, against the omnidirectional bombardment of the 36 mana balls, even if he had amazing skills, the balls would still devour his HP. Moreover, whenever the mana balls collided with his body, the impact felt like he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Not only did they contain a massive amount of power, but they could also deal over -300 damage. Every time the mana balls attacked him, roughly 5 or 6 would find their way through his defense, causing over -1,500 damage in an instant. Damn it! Seeing as he could neither move nor defend himself properly, Lightning Blade had no choice but to cast Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. However, if this continued, he would not last for long even with Protection Blessing. Everyone was currently stupefied by the duel before them. Is she really a cleric? This question hovered in everyone's mind. This attack method had already surpassed their understanding of the game's skills. In the past, skills had been straightforward. This was the first time they had seen such a flexible and diversified method of combat. Until now, everyone had believed that magical classes stood no chance against physical classes in PvP and that their only advantage was being capable of high damage in dungeons. However, Violet Cloud's strategy had thoroughly changed everyone's minds. Violet Cloud's skill combination was simply too frightening. Not only was Lightning Blade unable to move, but he even faced the attacks of the numerous black balls of lights. If anyone else stood in Lightning Blade's place, the bombardment would have long since turned them into mincemeat. Even highly skilled experts like Flame Blood, Ghost Shadow, and War Wolf felt powerless as they watched Violet Cloud's attacks. At this moment, Flame Blood's expression twisted. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. How was this even a duel? This was a slaughter. Is this the true strength of an expert who has reached the later stage of the 7th floor? At this moment, Flame Blood could not help but shift his gaze towards Shurfong and Fire Dance, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If both Fire Dance and Shurfong were stronger than Violet Cloud, then Zero Wing was truly a terrifying guild. How did she become so strong? Nimble Snake was horrified as he watched Lightning Blade's destruction. Even his leader, War Wolf, would not be a match for Violet Cloud. While everyone was mesmerized by Violet Cloud's performance, Lightning Blade, who stood in the duel's sight, felt depression overtake him. If only 20 black balls of light attacked him, he might barely cope and avoid receiving any damage. However, dealing with 36 was far beyond his capabilities. At this moment, regret swallowed Lightning Blade. If he had known earlier that Violet Cloud had such an attack method, he would never have agreed to duel her. A bona fide top-tier expert like himself had actually become a punching bag, unable to resist in the least. It was utterly humiliating. The 100-berry wine is the best. I actually achieved a 91% skill completion rate, allowing me to summon so many mana balls. I wonder just how many I can summon if I achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Violet Cloud inwardly rejoiced while she controlled the mana balls in the sky. In the past, she had only achieved a 90% skill completion rate and summoned a maximum of 30 mana balls. Now, however, she had increased her completion rate by 1%, and just this 1% had increased the maximum mana balls by 6. If she could raise her skill completion rate to 100%, her skills would be absolutely terrifying. Time crawled by. Before 10 seconds had passed, Lightning Blade's 13,000 HP depleted completely. From beginning to end, the Guardian Knight had not been able to resist in the slightest. Chapter 671, True Form. Defeated. Lightning Blade had been thoroughly defeated. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing had such a powerful character as Violet Cloud. The arrogance Heaven's Burial's members had displayed had been utterly extinguished. Others might not realize exactly how strong Lightning Blade was, but they knew. In the entire guild, nobody could win against Lightning Blade in a one-on-one match, let alone obtain victory so effortlessly. Does anybody from Heaven's Burial still dare to challenge our guild leader? Violet Cloud shifted her gaze towards Heaven's Burial's members, a faint smile appearing on her face. Provocatively, she said, "I really want to see just who among you qualifies to do so." Nobody from Heaven's Burial dared respond. None of the spectators were weaklings. Through Lightning Blade's battle, they could determine Violet Cloud's standards. They would only be asking for humiliation if they tried to challenge her. Unlike everyone else, however, Ghost Shadow revealed a look of interest. Unfortunately, just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, the woman beside him stopped his words. This woman wore a gorgeous red mage's robe, which failed tremendously to hide her magnificent cleavage. She also wore a white beret on her head, covering her silky blue hair, which scattered around her waist. In her hand, she held an eye-catching, white jade staff that radiated a faint golden glow. "Daybreak, why are you stopping me?" Ghost Shadow demanded, dissatisfied. Daybreak Fog was in charge of Heaven's Burial's affairs in Starmoon City. Her position in the guild was higher than even Flame Blood's. Her strength could not be underestimated. If not for Daybreak Fog's help, even with Lightning Blade present, Heaven's Burial would not have cleared the frozen prison today. Don't humiliate the guild any further. You are no match for her. There's too much of a difference in strength between your skills. We have already completed our task here. You will have your chance in the future, Daybreak Fog said as she raised an eyebrow at Ghost Shadow. She had not used a persuasive tone, but a commanding one. Flame Blood nodded in agreement. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, their reputation flourished. However, if Violet Cloud defeated their several great experts, all of their efforts would go to waste. Zero Wing certainly has many experts. In the future, we will have many opportunities to clash with them. Today, we have other matters to attend to, so we will not keep you any longer. Flame Blood gave Shifeng a cupped fist salute before turning away. After watching Flame Blood and the others leave, War Wolf saluted Shifeng before leaving with his team as well. Guild leader, are we still going to raid the Frost Prison? Fire Dance asked softly. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the Frost Prison's first clear, there was no point in raiding the dungeon. Rather than obtaining some materials and equipment, grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals and high-level equipment would be more effective. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon. Not only did it drop much higher level equipment, but it also offered higher quality equipment. By grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could prepare to raid the next large-scale team dungeon. It was more efficient than grinding for a bunch of level 30 equipment in the Frost Prison. Of course, we're going. They've only obtained the first clear of hard mode, not hell mode. My goal has always been the first clear of hell mode. Even if Heaven's Burial has obtained the first clear of hard mode, it doesn't affect us one bit. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The materials for constructing a stable were not that easily obtainable. The drop rate for these materials in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was very low. Sometimes, the materials he required would not even drop. If he wished to obtain the necessary materials to construct a stable as soon as possible, he would have to clear hell mode. By relying only on 100-man hard mode team dungeons, they would not gather all the necessary materials even if they raided the dungeon 100 times. On the other hand, they could obtain what he needed from hell mode. Team dungeons refreshed once every 3 days. Raiding a team dungeon 100 times would require at least 300 days. Though, when players reached higher levels, lower-level dungeons would become much easier to raid. At that time, the number of teams the guild could form to raid these dungeons would also increase. However, that was still a long ways off. Currently, Shifeng was in a hurry to construct a stable and nurture the Thunder Wolf. Nurturing a 5-star mount required a lot of time and effort, after all. He did not wish to see the Thunder Wolf still in the process of being tamed while the mainstream players had already purchased their own mounts. This, everyone was rendered speechless. Guild leader, with our recent improvement, we might be able to manage hard mode, but I think that hell mode is still out of our reach. Fire Dance refused to believe that hell mode was only slightly harder than hard mode. Indeed. In terms of techniques, the majority of the team is still far from qualified. Though, in terms of equipment and attributes, everyone has already passed the minimum requirements. Shifeng then grinned and said, however, techniques can be made up for. Made up? A light suddenly shone in Fire Dance's eyes. Guild leader, are you planning on using the 100-berry wine? If one spoke of a method to improve one's combat techniques for a short period, then the only thing that came to everyone's mind was the 100-berry wine. Only, the 100-berry wine was too rare. Currently, everyone could only obtain it through Shifeng. They had not even heard of the beverage being available elsewhere. Let's enter the dungeon before we continue this conversation. Shifeng nodded. The 100-berry wine was indeed extremely rare. However, some time ago, he had made another trip to District 1's shelter and had obtained another 300 bottles. Hence, he had no problem wasting a few to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode Frost Prison. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's successful raid of the Frost Prison had become major news throughout Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, everyone in the kingdom knew of the guild named Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial is too amazing. Even the 2 first-rate guilds in Starmoon City have yet to obtain the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Yet, Heaven's Burial succeeded. A 100-man dungeon. That place is a goldmine for fine gold and dark gold equipment. Our guild has only managed to raid 50-man hard mode team dungeons so far. I wonder when I'll obtain a complete top-tier set equipment for myself. Top-tier set equipment? I don't need so much. I only hope to wear a full set of secret silver equipment. My friends would die from envy. A full set of secret silver equipment? Just the level 25 secret silver weapon my friend wields is already enough to make me drool. When he showed me the weapon, he even brought our friends and me into a dungeon to show off that weapon in action. Bronze or mysterious iron weapons can never hope to compare to how cool his weapon is. I heard that Heaven's Burial is mass recruiting right now. The benefits they offer are excellent. The guild often brings newcomers with good potential into large-scale team dungeons. We should still make it for the recruitment if we hurry. Players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were talking about Heaven's Burial on the forums. For a time, Heaven's Burial's member count soared. Unlike Zero Wing, however, Heaven's Burial did not have any financial issues. Players could join the guild as long as they reached the minimum requirements. The guild also began to show signs of becoming the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, inside the Frost Prison, Shifeng and the others finally arrived at the Frost Giant's entrenchment. Compared to the hard mode Frost Giant, the Hell mode Frost Giant was much larger. It was as tall as an 8-story building. Moreover, sharp icicles covered its body. Cold air also flowed from the Frost Giant's body, reducing the mobility of those affected. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could feel the cold air wash over them, causing them to shiver. Nobody knew that the Hell mode Frost Giant was the Frost Giant's true form. Frost Giant, Elemental Being, Grand Lord. Level 32. HP 60,000,000/60,000,000. Chapter 672, Terror of a Grand Lord. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the Hell mode Frost Prison, the various guilds received news of the matter. Black Flame really is interesting. After we've just claimed the first clear of hard mode, he immediately leads Zero Wing to raid Hell mode, Daybreak Fog said, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. Smirking, she asked, Flame Blood, what do you think of this? They should just be testing the waters. At this point, there isn't any point in raiding the hard mode Frost Prison. Aside from challenging Hell mode, their only other option is to challenge the 100-man team dungeons of other cities. However, the team will have to prepare and familiarize themselves with the other 100-man team dungeons to raid them successfully, Flame Blood said quietly as he read the report from his subordinates. Unfortunately, with Zero Wing's current teams, it is simply impossible to raid the Hell mode Frost Prison. That is no longer an issue of being strong enough or not. Indeed. Maybe I am just overthinking things. That is, after all, a 100-man Hell mode dungeon. Daybreak Fog had previously met Shifeng. Although she had not seen exactly how skilled the man was, judging from his past performances and the various experts around him, he was not someone who would make foolish decisions. Forget it. What Zero Wing does no longer matters to us. I only visited to help you with the dungeon. Guild leader has already declared that our true focus is the Stoneclaw Mountains. As for the matters in White River City, leave them to Elder Seven Treasures. What is it that requires all of us to head there? Aren't the Stoneclaw Mountains just a place to grind for magic crystals? Flame Blood asked, confused. These two were the strongest combatants within the guild. It would not be wise to station them all in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Haven't you ever wondered how the Stoneclaw Mountains activated? Daybreak Fog laughed. I have no clue. Does guild leader know? Flame Blood shook his head and asked. Not only does he know about it, but guild leader is responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains. When Daybreak Fog spoke about Heaven's Burial's guild leader, singular burial, adulation filled her voice. She had left the super guild she had been a part of and joined Heaven's Burial without hesitation because of this man. Meanwhile, Singular Burial had personally dragged the Stoneclaw Mountains that every guild in Starmoon Kingdom fought over into existence. Flame Blood and the others were astonished. They were unable to regain their wits for quite some time. At this point in time, the Stoneclaw Mountains had affected players throughout Starmoon Kingdom, as well as the Black Dragon Empire and several other neighboring kingdoms. Its influence transcended any single event that had occurred in God's domain so far. It can't be, right? As expected of our guild leader. He has actually managed such a feat. Everyone could not contain their excitement. Activating the Stoneclaw Mountains is merely one part of a quest. The follow-up quests are inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. As long as we complete this quest, Starmoon City will fall under our control. Hence, this matter takes precedence over everything else, Daybreak Fog said sternly, her tone hinting that she would not take no for an answer. Since that is the case, let's prepare to head over there immediately. Flame Blood fully agreed with Daybreak Fog's words. If they could obtain Starmoon City for themselves, it would become somewhat easier to obtain White River City. Frost Prison. Why is a Grand Lord so much stronger than a Great Lord? Fire Dance frowned as she observed the Frost Giant. Currently, her senses warned her that she must not provoke the Frost Giant under any circumstances. Although the Grand Lord ranked Frost Giant only had 15 million more HP than the Great Lord version, the difference between them felt like the difference between heaven and earth. The team members could not help but shudder. The Grand Lord's aura was so dense that it made them feel like they were submerged in water, reducing their mobility significantly. Just how were they supposed to fight like this? Let's rest here for now, Shifeng said in the team chat. He was not in a hurry to start the battle. The Hell Mode Frost Prison was no trivial matter. Even with the assistance of the 100-berry wine, there was no guarantee they could clear the dungeon. Contrary to expectations, the greatest difference between a Grand Lord and an ordinary Great Lord was not attributes, but mental suppression. It was one of the reasons that made Grand Lords exceedingly difficult to take down. Aura was intangible. It was more like a form of mental suppression. When people were under immense pressure, they would often lose their ability to perform normally. Some people would even find it difficult to move. It was just like how many people would be petrified when they encountered a life-threatening situation. A Grand Lord possessed such an aura. Even an expert player would find it difficult to cope with such a situation, much less ordinary players. Hence, the 100-man Hell Mode dungeons of the various regions were exceedingly hard to clear. It was not a matter of having insufficient strength. Rather, it was because players were unable to exhibit it properly. Only powerful experts with stout hearts would endure the mental suppression and fight normally. To current players, this was asking too much. Fortunately, Shifeng had a way to combat this problem. Fire, distribute these bottles. Saying so, Shifeng took out 100 bottles of 100-berry wine from his bag. Not only could the 100-berry wine increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons and equipment, but it also had the side effect of dulling a player's 5 senses. Normally, this would reduce a player's sensitivity in battle, weakening their perception of danger. In this case, however, it was the best method to reduce the Frost Giant's mental suppression. Alcohol makes a man braver. However, instead of increasing a person's courage, alcohol would numb a person's mental perception, removing their sense of crisis. Normally, crisis awareness was the foundation of survival for all living beings. Only with a sense of danger could one avoid threats and survive. This sense was indispensable for God's Domains players. Players normally work to sharpen their crisis awareness. That way, they could avoid attacks and launch counterattacks in battles. Meanwhile, Grand Lords were so terrifying was precisely because the main god system had specifically designed these monsters to challenge this sense. After receiving the 100-berry wine, everyone promptly emptied their bottles. Sure enough, the suppression everyone experienced lessened significantly. Their bodies no longer felt heavy. At the same time, Shifeng also used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 36 Tier 2 evil spirit. Although it was not a support-type evil spirit like the Heart Devourer, it was a magic attack-type evil spirit. It could increase the team's overall DPS significantly. Everyone, focus on dodging and positioning. When attacking, focus on stability above all else. If you know your attacks will miss, don't bother wasting stamina, Shifeng began to issue commands. Also, MTs, listen up. After you launch a few attacks at the start of the battle, you won't need to continue attacking the boss. Just make sure you stand in front of the boss as much as possible. For damage dealers, do the opposite, do not stand in front of the boss as much as possible. It is best if you attack from the sides. Shi Feng had fought the Hell Mode Frost Giant plenty of times in the past. The Frost Giant possessed relatively low intelligence. Even as a Grand Lord, this fact held true. This was fairly common for elemental beings. The Frost Giant's attacks were also quite simple, preferring to attack only the targets in front of it. The Frost Giant would only switch targets after destroying the target before it. The team's MTs did not deal a lot of damage. If they had to focus on attacking while evading and blocking the Frost Giant's attacks, with their current techniques and attributes, they would run out of stamina before 10 minutes were up. Against the Grand Lord's 60 million HP, 10 minutes was definitely not enough to finish the battle. After everyone was in position, Kola, Yi Wumian, Turtledove, and the other MTs charged at the Frost Giant as one fierce assault. Before the group of MTs arrived before the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord released its Frost Domain. The Frost Domain's effects this time were slightly stronger than against the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giant. Though the stamina consumption rate was the same, their movement and attack speeds had now decreased by 50%. Chapter 673, Grinding a Boss. Before Kola and the other MTs could reach the Frost Giant, the Grand Lord raised its iron fists and smashed the frozen ground heavily. Ice thorns. As if the frosty ground had transformed into water, waves rocked the surroundings. Every wave rolled the ground. Amidst these waves, ordinary players would struggle to stay on their feet. Although Kola and the others were experts, even they could barely advance. Following which, glistening ice spikes exploded from the ground, one after another. Even the slightest touch dealt nearly -3,000 damage to Kola and the other MTs. This attack was obviously much stronger than the Great Lord-ranked Frost Giants. Everyone's chests tightened at this situation. Could they really defeat this Frost Giant? Damage dealers on the sides can attack freely. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Violet, focus on damage, Shi Feng leisurely commanded. Got it. Although Blackie was curious as to why Shi Feng wanted him to use Guardian of Light on Kola so soon, he did not question the command. Immediately, he cast Guardian of Light on Kola. Initially, Kola lost nearly 5,000 HP with each hit from the Grand Lord. However, with Guardian of Light, the Frost Giant's attacks dealt less than -1,000 damage to the Guardian Knight. In addition, Guardian of Light healed Kola for roughly 600 HP every second. Against the Frost Giant's damage, Kola could survive quite a while without the healer's assistance. However, shortly after Guardian of Light activated, the Frost Giant abruptly stomped its foot, dealing massive damage to all enemies within 10 yards. Naturally, Kola could not avoid the attack as the giant's foot slammed him to the ground, a damage of over -3,000 points appearing above his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was simply too frightening. Shi Feng, however, was not surprised. This move was an instant kill move unique to the Hell Mode Frost Giant. The Frost Giant would first use Fatal Blow against one enemy. If that enemy failed to withstand the attack and died, the nearest person would receive damage as well. However, as long as a player withstood the attack, the Frost Giant would not immediately repeat the attack on a new target. Good. Next, focus on dodging the icicles from above. Seeing as there were no major issues, Shi Feng activated the Aura of Space and dashed towards the Frost Giant. He had no intentions of saving his stamina. The Frost Domain was a control spell. As long as he activated the Aura of Space, he would be immune to all control effects. In other words, the Frost Domain would not affect him, and he could fight without worrying about his stamina depleting too quickly. With Kola holding the boss's aggro, the other DPS began their relentless assault. Spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant. Meanwhile, the melee classes desperately attacked the Grand Lord's joints, thereby disturbing its attack rhythm. The members of Zero Wing's main force wore excellent equipment, and practically all of their skills could deal over -1000 damage to the Frost Giant. Among the team members, Fire Dance and Rampant Blade were the strongest. The majority of Fire Dance's equipped Tier 3 gemstones were strength attributed. Every one of her normal attacks could deal over -1000 damage. When she used Absolute Strike, she dealt nearly -6000 damage or over -10,000 damage with a critical hit. As for Rampant Blade, he possessed the Blue Fire double-edged sword. Each swing dealt over -1500 damage to the Grand Lord. With a 20% critical rate, he could occasionally deal over -3000 damage. From time to time, he would also trigger Blue Fire Dance, dealing nearly -5000 damage. His damage output was only second to Fire Dance's. Following them were Blackie and Violet Cloud. As the Frost Giant was an elemental being, it possessed some magic resistance. Hence, magic attacks were not as effective as physical attacks against the Grand Lord. Meanwhile, activating Silent Steps, Shifeng appeared directly above the Frost Giant. He sent a thunder flame explosion descending on the Grand Lord's head. -10,436. The effects are better than I expected. Shifeng glanced at the system notification panel, seeing a 98% skill completion rate. After he had consumed the 100-berry wine, he noticed that drink had been more effective than usual. Normally, he could only achieve a 96% completion rate with Thunder Flame Explosion, even with the help of the 100-berry wine. Following which, Shifeng executed Chop. His motions were as smooth as flowing water. In the next moment, the 3 slashes he sent out intertwined into a single silver light, which tore everything in its path as it struck a single point. -12,846. This time, his chop achieved a 99% completion rate. He was only a thread away from reaching 100%. Shifeng's astonishing damage shocked his fellow teammates. Chop was one of a swordsman's basic skills, yet when Shifeng executed his Tier 1 chop, his display was far different from other swordsmen's. Instead of dealing 3 damages, the skill only dealt 1. The skill's overall damage was even more frightening. In the absence of a critical hit, Shifeng had dealt over -10,000 damage with his chop. His damage was on the same level as Fire Dance's and Rampant Blade's critical hits with their most powerful skills. This was simply inconceivable. Immediately after, Shifeng used Flame Burst, launching 15 attacks in quick succession. Every hit forced the Frost Giant to take half a step back. Moreover, each hit dealt over -16,000 damage and over -32,000 damage if it were a critical hit. The sight floored the other Zero Wing members into a momentary standstill. Don't focus on dealing more damage to the boss. Think about how you can improve your skill completion rates. It isn't often that you get to experience a mental suppression like this. Shifeng finally understood why the 100-berry wine was more effective than usual. The 100-berry wine had a side effect of blurring a player's 5 senses, dulling their perception. However, the Grand Lord's aura could negate much of this side effect, allowing players to maintain a clear state of mind even with the alcoholic effects. With this, players could execute their skills more efficiently. After Shifeng's reminder, everyone became aware of their own conditions. Previously, when they had drunk the 100-berry wine, they had not been able to maintain a clear state of mind. If they could practice their skills while sober, it would definitely help to improve their skill completion rates. Excitement gripped the team. They were no longer afraid of the Grand Lord. On the contrary, they stared at the Frost Giant as if he were nothing more than a mountain of gold, desire gripping their hearts. Using a Grand Lord as target practice was simply unbelievable, yet Zero Wing's members did just that. The rapid rise of everyone's skill completion rates allowed them to understand more about their respective skills. At the same time, this improvement also allowed them to reduce many of their excess motions, thereby reducing their stamina consumption rate significantly. A short moment later, the Frost Giant's HP fell to the 20% threshold. However, none of these players were satisfied. During this short period, everyone's skill completion rates had improved significantly. For example, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had managed to raise their skill completion rates by a stable 2%. Everyone else managed to raise theirs by a stable 1%. Originally, when raiding the hard mode Frost Giant, the team would have less than 70 people capable of fighting at this point. Now, however, every member of the team was still up and ready to fight. On the contrary, it was the Frost Giant who looked pitiful right now. "You actually dare stand before me, the King of Frost? I will show you a power that you have never seen before," the Frost Giant bellowed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Cold air began to gather and condense in the Frost Giant's hand. In the dark cavern, it seemed like the Frost Giant held a bright moon that dispelled the darkness. Why haven't we seen this move in hard mode before? A bad feeling started to creep up on Fire Dance. Before the Frost Giant attacked, everyone could feel a bone-chilling cold wrap around their bodies. In the next moment, they began losing 500 HP every second. If the Frost Giant released its attack, it would likely obliterate the entire team instantly. When the Frost Giant held up the hill-sized ball of ice, which it had formed from the condensed cold air, Foam made his move. Absolute Time. When activated, Absolute Time prevented enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. In this case, however, although the skill did affect the boss, it would only last 3 to 5 seconds at most. Even so, that was more than enough. Suddenly, the massive ice ball cracked and shattered. Meanwhile, the Frost Giant had weakened significantly following the interruption. "Go. It's weak. Activate your berserk skills." Foam hurriedly shouted. Suddenly, everyone activated the power of darkness, their attributes increasing significantly. In a fraction of a second, spells and arrows bombarded the Frost Giant, forcing constant, painful screams from the Great Lord. Following which, the Frost Giant's HP rapidly decreased, and even its hard exterior began to burst. In the end, the Frost Giant was reduced to a clear puddle of water, leaving behind a massive resplendent gemstone and a mountain of loot. Chapter 674, Evolution of the Abyssal Blade. Starmoon City. Currently, due to the Stoneclaw Mountains, a large number of players had gathered in Starmoon City. Even White River City during its peak could not compete with the capital city's current crowd. The players gathered in the city were not limited to the elites and experts of Starmoon Kingdom. There were also players that had come from the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms. The city's population increased by the minute. Players filled the city streets and even crowded Starmoon City's normally desolate areas. Starmoon City really is a great place. With so many elites and experts here, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit any players into our guild. Flame Blood could not help his envy of Daybreak Fog when he saw that the majority of the players wandering the streets were level 29. Many players had even reached level 30 already. Heaven's Burial's elite members were currently level 28 or 29, very few had managed to reach level 30. Yet, in Starmoon City, there were so many high-level players. Daybreak Fog would have a much easier time nurturing her branch's members than he would. Now that Heaven's Burial had obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, not only had its fame spread throughout Starmoon City, but the players in the Black Dragon Empire and the neighboring kingdoms also knew about Heaven's Burial's success. If Heaven's Burial recruited members in Starmoon City now, it could easily obtain a large number of elite members. In a few short days, the guild could easily form an army to explore the Stoneclaw Mountains. This is only natural. Why else did you think guild leader chose this place? Daybreak Fog smiled. She then pointed towards Ouroboros's guild residence, saying, "As long as we help guild leader complete his quest, both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will live in fear of our shadow." Just as the members of Heaven's Burial chatted while waiting to receive orders from their guild leader, the sound of a system announcement suddenly rang near everyone's ears. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 9 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of a random attribute, 100 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 10 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 10 million EXP, 5 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 100 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 20 humanity reputation points. God's Domain Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Frost Prison. All players on the team will be rewarded with 15 million EXP, 10 Tier 3 gemstones of random attributes, 200 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points, and 30 humanity reputation points. The announcement repeated 5 times. For a moment, every player in Starmoon Kingdom fell silent. Inside the Frost Prison. Success! The Frost Giant is dead. Everyone suddenly shouted with joy. They had obtained the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. None of them had ever dreamed of accomplishing this feat. The majority of these players had never been experts of the virtual gaming world. They were merely ordinary players who had followed Shifeng's lead. This was one of the most difficult Hell mode team dungeons in God's domain. Even super guilds did not dare to take on 100-man Hell mode team dungeons right now. They had simply claimed the first clear of hard mode and immediately prepared to raid the next high-level team dungeon. But, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, not a single player on the team had died. It was simply inconceivable. There was a fundamental difference between obtaining the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon and the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon. By obtaining the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, their names would be recorded on the God's Domain Glory list. If they claimed the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon, at most, their names would be recorded on the glory list outside of the dungeon for future players to see. However, by claiming the first clear of a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon, not only would they have their names on the dungeon's glory list, but they would also have their names on the God's Domain Glory list, which could be found in the Glory Temple in the various major cities throughout the continent. Players throughout God's domain would see their names, and their fame would soar instantly. How could anyone not grow excited at obtaining such an honor? Of course, everyone understood that this achievement had only been possible due to Shifeng's leadership and guidance. Otherwise, they would never have had such an opportunity. Shifeng did not stop his teammates from celebrating as, inwardly, he was also excited. This was also his first time his name had ever been recorded on the God's Domain Glory list. In his previous life, he was only able to gaze with envy at the other names in the Glory Temple. Now, however, he had become one of those people. Even though he tried to maintain his calm, he could not suppress the wild elation in his heart. After a moment, Shifeng managed to calm himself. He then slowly walked up to the Frost Giant's remains and began to collect the loot. Right before finishing off the Frost Giant, Shifeng had activated Divine Providence, allowing his luck to soar. In addition to the first clear bonus, the number of items the Frost Giant dropped was extraordinary. At a glance, there were over 100 items scattered across the ground. Of course, the majority of them consisted of rare materials. What a harvest! From this single raid, 1/3 of the materials I need for the stables have dropped. After a few more, I'll be able to start the construction, Shifeng muttered as he casually glanced at the items. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he exclaimed, an epic item. There were 0 chances for an epic item to drop in a 100-man hard mode team dungeon. For Hell mode, though, there was a very small chance of one dropping. Hence, even in the past, epic items were extremely rare. Unless they were extremely lucky, ordinary players had no hope of getting their hands on one. Only large guilds would have quite a few epic items. However, those required the efforts of the entire guild. What's this? Shifeng quickly discovered a faintly glowing golden crystal. Having never seen this item before, he unconsciously used omniscient eyes to examine it. Mana crystal. Contains a frightening level of mana. Rumor has it that this is the best material for forging magic weapons. The best material for forging magic weapons? Shifeng's jaw hit the floor. Magic weapons were far rarer than epic items. Every magic weapon possessed an extraordinary history. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands was one such example. The master smith Alices had personally forged the magnificent weapon. The materials used would not have been one bit inferior to that of legendary items. The value of a material that could be used to forge a magic weapon would most likely rival that of an epic item, or even surpass it, because a magic weapon's strength depended on the skills of the forger. System: Abyssal Blade has discovered an evolution item. Would you like the Abyssal Blade to absorb the item and evolve? Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. This is an evolution item. Shifeng gazed at the faintly glowing golden crystal in his hand in amazement. Aside from leveling up, the Abyssal Blade could evolve. Only, the system had never revealed the conditions for its evolution. Moreover, Shifeng had only managed to learn very little information regarding magic weapons in the past, so he was not sure how to evolve a magic weapon. Unexpectedly, he had actually obtained the evolution item required after obtaining the first clear of a 100-man team dungeon. Should I evolve it or not? Shifeng knew that the stronger a magic weapon became, the stronger the backlash would be when it occurred. After giving it some thought, Shifeng gritted his teeth and agreed to evolve the Abyssal Blade. On the path of experts, if one did not move forward, they would be left behind. Since he aimed to reach the peak of God's domain, he would encounter countless experts and monstrous players. If he could not even control a single magic weapon, how was he supposed to face those monsters? Chapter 675, Bountiful Loot. After Shifeng clicked to evolve the Abyssal Blade, the golden crystal in his hand suddenly atomized, transforming into a stream of golden mist that flowed into the Abyssal Blade. Suddenly, the Abyssal Blade began to tremble and emit a flickering golden light. A short moment later, the Abyssal Blade's exterior also began to transform. The silver sword darkened to pitch black once more. This time, however, eye-catching, bright red runes covered the sword's blade. This is an evolution. Shifeng was stunned. He could clearly feel that the Abyssal Blade had changed massively. His compatibility rate with the magic weapon had particularly increased. It felt as if the weapon had been tailored for him. However, unlike the Abyssal Blade's usual commotion when it leveled up, the weapon had not changed beyond its appearance. It was simply inconceivable. Immediately, Shifeng investigated the Abyssal Blade's attributes. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 655. All attributes plus 45. Attack speed plus 15. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 50% chance to cause 200% damage. 25% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 30. Can be upgraded. Devour 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 35. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved, devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragons Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use, each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. The Master Smith Olaces personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. So this is what an evolution looks like. Shifeng finally understood what was going on. The Abyssal Blade's evolution had only provided minor improvements in terms of attributes. However, it had increased the tiers of the magic weapon's additional skills, upgrading them from Tier 0 to Tier 1 skills. It was similar to how players upgraded their skills. Only, while players required skill proficiency to upgrade their skills, the Abyssal Blade required mana crystals. Although the additional skills had not improved much after the evolution, the skills would now be more effective on high-tiered monsters. But this mana crystal was not easy to obtain. It only drops from 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, and its drop rate is really low. Shifeng smiled bitterly. It was not easy to raid 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Not to mention, there was only a chance for a mana crystal to drop from each raid. If one did not have the support of a powerful guild, it was practically impossible to evolve their magic weapon. Although the Abyssal Blade's evolution had been an unexpected windfall for Shifeng, the Frost Giant's other loot was extremely bountiful as well. Shifeng spent over a dozen minutes organizing the loot. In total, they had obtained 26 weapons and equipment pieces in this raid. Aside from 1 epic weapon, 2 Tier 1 weapons, 8 Dark Gold set pieces, and 7 Dark Gold weapons and equipment had dropped. The remaining non-material items were fine gold set pieces. The harvest this time really is massive. Not only did an epic item drop, but we also obtained 2 Tier 1 weapons. Shifeng immediately began appraising the epic item and Tier 1 weapons. Among the many weapons and equipment pieces that dropped, the epic item definitely ranked first in terms of value. The Tier 1 weapons followed closely behind. Aside from epic weapons, a Tier 1 weapon was the best weapon available for a Tier 1 class. Although Tier 1 weapons were only slightly superior to Dark Gold weapons in terms of attributes, they specifically catered to a single class. Hence, these weapons allowed players to exert more of their strength in combat. Divine Frost Armor, Plate Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment Requirement, Strength 240, Agility 150. Attributes adjust according to the user's level. HP increased by 20%. Defense increased by 30%. Evasion plus 20. Ice resistance plus 30. Defend plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Frost Domain, reduce the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a range of 20 yards by 20%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Frost Shield, when attacked, there is a fixed chance to generate a frost shield that reduces damage received by 50%. Additional active skill dash. Freezing Air, increases defense by 100% and reduces magic damage received by 80% for 15 seconds. Reduces enemies' movement speed within 15 yards by 40% each second. After being slowed for 3 seconds, they will be frozen for 7 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Tempest's Breath, Two-Handed Saber, Tier 1 weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class requirement, Berserker. Attack power plus 748, currently level 30. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 45, Endurance plus 40. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Ignore levels plus 10. All Berserker skills plus 1 level. Durability 160/160. Attacks have 15% chance to trigger Whirlwind Slash, passive, dealing 180% weapon damage to surrounding enemies. 20% chance to trigger Fatal Blow, dealing 220% weapon damage to target and inflict bleed, reducing target's HP by 20% over 6 seconds. Wind Chaser, Longbow, Tier 1 weapon. Level 30, Level 50. Class requirement, Ranger. Attack power plus 708, currently level 30. Strength plus 43, Agility plus 55, Endurance plus 42. Attack speed plus 3. Accuracy plus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All Ranger skills plus 1 level. Durability 140/140. Attacks have 10% chance to trigger Wind's Protection, increasing arrow speed by 60% and inflicting 170% weapon damage. 20% chance to trigger Quadruple Stars, transforming 1 arrow into 4, each dealing 90% weapon damage. When Shifeng shared these weapons and equipment pieces statistics, the team forgot about their joy of claiming the first clear of Hell mode completely. This epic plate armor is insane. This is perfect for dealing with agility-focused bosses and players. Kola stared at the armor, mesmerized. MT classes were not particularly agile. With the Frost Domain, however, MTs could make up for this weakness, their strength reaching a whole new level. Now that you've seen the items for yourselves, let's start the team auction, Shifeng announced. Chapter 676, Famous. White River City. Before Heaven's Burial's popularity could reach its peak, White River City's players had turned away from the guild, leaving it in the cold. Zero Wing was the only thing on everyone's minds. As expected of the number 1 guild of our city, Zero Wing has actually claimed the first clear of the Hell mode Frost Prison so quickly. That's right. I heard that, even until now, there has yet to be a single guild that has successfully raided a 100-man Hell mode team dungeon in the entire game. Even those super guilds don't have the courage to challenge them. Yet, Zero Wing dared to, and they succeeded. The strength of Zero Wing's main force definitely ranks at the peak of God's domain. It really makes you wonder just how the guild has managed to find so many experts. Find? You have the wrong idea. My friend is a member of Zero Wing's main force, and I am very familiar with his strength. When we started playing God's Domain, he was even slightly weaker than I was. However, ever since he joined Zero Wing, his strength has improved at a rate beyond the imagination. At this point, he has even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor, becoming one of the few experts in White River City. That's not possible, right? What's not possible? I've been regretting my decision to join my current guild ever since. Although we are both core members of our respective guilds, I'm just a noob compared to my friend. As the sun began to drop below the horizon, the number of players who wandered into the Blue Moon Bar increased. When speaking about Zero Wing, many could not help but sigh with regret. Initially, Zero Wing had merely been a small and insignificant guild. Now, however, not only had it become White River City's unquestioned overlord, but it had also become the focal point of God's domain. Many guild players wallowed in their regret. Had they had only chosen to join Zero Wing, they would have enjoyed extraordinary status and fame by now. Many guilds' elites even swore a silent oath to leave their current guilds and join Zero Wing, even if they had to compensate their guilds for the loss. It was much better than remaining a nobody for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in Starmoon City, the news of Zero Wing's first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon caused a massive sensation to sweep through the city. This sudden development had changed many players, who had intended to join Heaven's Burial, minds opting to join Zero Wing instead. Just how did Zero Wing manage it? We're talking about Hell Mode. Flame Blood utterly refused to believe the news. Although their guild had never dived into a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon before, they had obtained a lot of information from super guilds. Not only were the dungeon's monsters stronger in terms of attributes, but the final boss was also capable of mental suppression. When fighting the final boss, players could not display their usual strength. Even a team of 5th-floor experts would lose as much as 2/3 of their strength. Hence, the various super guilds had given up on raiding Hell Mode, focusing on raiding other 100-man dungeons to earn guild reputation instead. Yet, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing's achievement instantly shattered the momentum that Heaven's Burial had gained after many difficulties. Sure enough, Black Flame is not as simple as he looks. He has hidden his strength so deeply, Daybreak Fog muttered as she absorbed the information with great interest. The files she read were all about Black Flame. Although Heaven's Burial's information network is not as extensive as those super guilds, it is still significantly more thorough than other first-rate guilds. However, we have close to no information regarding Black Flame's background. It is as if he just appeared out of thin air one day. However, we don't have to pay too much attention to this matter right now. We've already recruited quite a number of elite players. Now, we need to improve everyone's levels and equipment quickly and prepare to complete the task Guild Leader has assigned to us. When Guild Leader completes his quest, Heaven's Burial will become Starmoon City's overlord. At that time, Zero Wing will no longer be an obstacle. No ordinary NPC city could compete with Starmoon City. In games, players competed with each other via resources. Meanwhile, the resources available in God's domain's various regions were limited. As the capital city of a kingdom, Starmoon City naturally offered more resources than any other city in the kingdom. The city also offered a more convenient transportation system. Visiting players from other kingdoms and empires who wished to explore Starmoon Kingdom could only teleport to one city, Starmoon City. Only after teleporting to Starmoon City could they teleport to the other cities in Starmoon Kingdom. This alone was enough to allow Starmoon City to stand above its competitors in the kingdom. Not to mention, Starmoon City had far more high-level maps and dungeons within its region. Aside from Starmoon Kingdom, the various large guilds across God's domain began to turn their attention to Zero Wing, particularly first-rate guilds and super guilds. Zero Wing. Isn't that the upstart guild that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to annihilate? If it can claim the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode dungeon, some major corporation must be funding it in secret. It seems we'll have to investigate. Meanwhile, inside Twilight Echo's guild residence. Despite being a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo was in a turmoil. Initially, they had not particularly cared about Zero Wing. After all, it was simply a farce Aqua Rose had concocted. Now, however, the situation had changed. The Zero Wing that Aqua Rose currently occupied had claimed the first clear of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Even super guilds lacked this achievement. This went to show that Zero Wing's strength was extraordinary. At the very least, the standard of the guild's main force must rank at the very peak of God's domain. However, nobody among Twilight Echo upper echelon believed that Black Flame was the one responsible for such a powerful team. After all, before God's domain, nobody in the virtual gaming world had ever heard of him. The only possibility was that Aqua Rose was responsible for the team's creation. I told you that Aqua Rose possessed immense potential, yet you were adamant about chasing her out of Twilight Echo. If Aqua Rose were still with us, given the guild's background, we would have become the next super first-rate guild by now. Tell me, then. What should we do now? A middle-aged man with a righteous air huffed angrily. Elder True Marshal, there is no need to get so agitated. We were left with no other choice. After all, her parents made the decision. It wouldn't be right to meddle with their family affairs, a lady nearing her 40s assuaged. However, now that everyone has seen what that child is capable of, I believe that everyone present understands what this means. This farce has gone on for long enough. It's time that we bring that child back to us. At the Twilight Echo's elder meeting, Brilliant War God was livid. He had never expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually managed to develop a small guild into a large guild that even Twilight Echo could not ignore. Listening to the elder's intentions, he realized that he could never coerce Aqua Rose in the future. Guild Leader Glorious, what is your will? Elder True Marshal asked coldly as he turned to Glorious Echo, who sat comfortably on the guild leader's throne. Back then, Glorious Echo had strongly advocated stripping Aqua Rose of her position as an honorary elder. Now, however, Aqua Rose's strength was clear for all to see. Twilight Echo was not a one-man guild. If Glorious Echo continued to hinder Aqua Rose's return to the guild, he would make an enemy of every elder in the guild. Glorious Echo, who had held his silence through the meeting, smiled and responded indifferently, since everyone has decided, I will not object. However. Chapter 677, Solomon's Sword. Inside the Frost Prison, after Shifeng announced the start of the auction, a heated competition began between every member of the team. They even fought fiercely over the dark gold set pieces, much less the epic ranked Divine Frost armor. The bids continuously increased by 1,000 GCP increments. Zero Wing's GCP was not cheap. Each point was roughly the equivalent of 30 copper. In other words, 1,000 GCPs were worth roughly 3 gold. To the majority of independent players, 3 gold coins was an astronomical price. Normally, these players would only have several silver coins in their pockets, maybe 10 or 20 silver if they were slightly stronger. However, in the hands of Zero Wing's main force members, that amount of money was practically nothing. After a brief moment of bidding, the price for the Tier 1 two-handed saber, Tempest's Breath, had reached 50,000 GCPs. If converted to coins, that would be 150 gold. However, the true value of a Tier 1 weapon was far more than 150 gold, as it could last until level 50. It would only start to lose its value after players attained their Tier 2 class. Meanwhile, among the Berserker's current weapons, Rampant Blade's Blue Fire double-edged sword was the strongest. However, it was slightly weaker than the Tier 1 Tempest's Breath. Hence, the Berserkers desperately fought to outbid each other. Some even sought to loan GCPs from their friends. Rampant, you lost out big time this time. After spending nearly all of your GCPs on the Blue Fire double-edged sword, you couldn't compete for the Tempest's Breath even if you wanted to. Turtledove could not help but tease the Berserker as she smiled at the anxious Rampant Blade. What are you gloating for? If not for Big Brother Cola and Boss Wumian having Tier 1 sets, Guild Leader would not have given you the Divine Frost armor. Rampant Blade rolled his eyes at the female Guardian Knight. Although the effects of a complete Tier 1 set equipment were frightening, the attributes on the Divine Frost armor were simply too good. It was only slightly inferior to a Tier 1 set equipment. In terms of combat, the Divine Frost armor might even be better. Ignoring Rampant Blade's words, Turtledove hugged the Divine Frost armor to her chest, smiling gleefully. Although she owed the guild a large number of contribution points after obtaining the Frost armor, with it, she could earn GCPs much faster than before. Moreover, with the Frost armor, her combat power instantly rose to the same level Kola and Yiwumian, making her one of the top 3 MTs in the guild. While Turtledove joyfully celebrated her prize, Shadow Sword spent 85,000 GCPs to gain the Tempest's Breath. Minor Wind, one of the 5 demon generals, purchased the Tier 1 weapon, Wind Chaser, for 92,000 GCPs. Both Shadow Sword and Minor Wind were Zero Wings core combatants. Although they were not as strong as Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they had still passed the 5th floor of the Trial Tower, making them both experts who had reached the 6th floor. Now that they both had a Tier 1 weapon, their combat power had improved significantly. After the auction was over, seeing as it was relatively late in God's domain, everyone logged out to rest. Only a few people, such as Shadow Sword and Minor Wind, continued to play. They intended to test out their new weapons. Hence, they all went to the Divine Colosseum to train. Just as Sherfone was about to leave the Frost prison, the sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. System, there is a strange image engraved on the elemental core left behind after the Frost Giant's death. Do you wish to investigate it? Strange image. Sherfone turned to the massive, resplendent gemstone that he had previously ignored. The blue gemstone was as tall as he was. If not for the system notification, he would not have noticed the palm-sized image engraved on the gemstone's exterior. Why haven't I encountered this notification in the past? Sherfone walked up to the gemstone and inspected the image carefully. He discovered that it was an extraordinarily complex magic array. It was, by far, one of the most complex magic arrays he had ever seen. It was as intricate as an electronic instrument. When Sherfone touched the image, the elemental core suddenly began to shrink. From the size of an adult human, the massive gemstone shrank to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. System, Quest, Solomon's Treasure, activated. Quest details, an immensely powerful magic array has been carved into the elemental core along with Solomon's symbol. You might gain an unexpected bounty if you take this elemental core to a great mage. Quest rewards, unknown. Is this a bonus quest for obtaining the first clear of Hell mode? Sherfone involuntarily shuddered when he heard the name, Solomon. There were countless weapons in God's domain. However, while epic weapons were exceedingly rare, legendary weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Among the 10 most famous legendary weapons in the past, one of them had been Solomon's sword. Although Sherfone did not know how Solomon's treasure and Solomon's sword were related, even the faintest of connections was amazing. It was enough to make every melee class in God's domain mad with greed. Legendary items were powerful enough to allow a person to challenge opponents of a higher tier. The 10 great legendary weapons, however, stood out from the crowd. Sherfone had heard many deeds involving the 10 great legendary weapons in the past. To put it in another way, not a single player in God's domain would ignore one of these weapons. One of the most sensational occurrences had been a Tier 3 player's provocation of a Tier 5 player. In the end, the two fought each other with everything they had. However, when everyone had believed that the Tier 3 player was finished, that Tier 3 player had actually managed to escape their opponent. In God's domain, the difference between tiers was massive. A Tier 5 player could massacre a group of Tier 3 players effortlessly. Hence, it was practically a miracle that the Tier 3 player had managed to escape. The incident had shocked God's domain as that person had broken one of the game's iron rules. Afterward, that Tier 3 player reached Tier 4, and when he encountered the Tier 5 player again, he only took a few seconds to finish his opponent off. After the incident, the various large guilds investigated the mysterious player, hoping to find the cause for such an upheaval. In the end, they discovered that the Tier 3 player's weapon had been one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Afterward, that person went on to become a Tier 6 god-ranked player. He had also been a member of the famous Midnight Tea Party, known as the Mage God Gaia. Although Gaia had only begun playing God's Domain during the middle stage of the game, both his talent and luck were far beyond that of the ordinary person. He quickly became a Tier 6 god-ranked player, becoming a massive headache for super guilds. Now that he had a clue that could possibly lead towards one of the 10 great legendary weapons, even Shifeng was shocked senseless. Although he currently had the Abyssal Blade, at the end of the day, a magic weapon was only a magic weapon. It was significantly inferior to a legendary weapon, not to mention one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Such an item was almost a myth, even in God's domain. Shifeng carefully stored the elemental core and with trembling hands, took out a return scroll. Calm down. Calm down. Shifeng told himself repeatedly. However, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering towards Solomon's sword. I should meet with Weissman for now. Although there were quite a number of Tier 3 great mages in White River City, there was only one Tier 4 great wizard, Weissman. Shifeng did not believe that ordinary great mages would know much about Solomon. Only those old fellows who had lived for over 100 years would have detailed information. Ordinary players had no chance of gaining an audience with Weissman. Fortunately, Shifeng was a Count of White River City. He was a true, major noble. Even Weissman would not dismiss him casually. Furthermore, the two were familiar with each other. Chapter 678, Top of the World. As the sky darkened, the magic lamps lining the streets of White River City lit up, brightly illuminating the entire city. Quite a number of merchant players crowded the streets, purchasing equipment and materials. At this time, many combat players were returning to the city after a day of hard work. These combat players usually sold their unwanted materials as well as spent a portion of the day's earnings on some delicacies and alcohol. By now, everyone had already adapted to their new lives in the world of God's domain. The players on the streets of White River City were currently chatting merrily with each other, the hot topics either relating to Zero Wing or the currently popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After returning to the city, Shifeng reverted his appearance to that of Yifeng's. When he walked through the city streets, he immediately became the center of attention. Look, that guy's a member of Zero Wing. His equipment looks awesome. He must be an elite member of Zero Wing at the very least. It would be great if we could get him to carry us. Zero Wing really is amazing. Even a random member of the guild is level 30 and has such enviable equipment. It's a pity I failed to get through their test today. I'll definitely have another go at it in a few days. The six-winged emblem was something extremely familiar to the players of White River City. Unfortunately, the number of players who could sport this six-winged emblem was quite low. From time to time, female players would send flirtatious glances at Shifeng, causing some male players to look at him with disdain. TSK. What's so good about him? Isn't he just some lucky bastard basking in Zero Wing's limelight? If I got into Zero Wing, I'd definitely have much better achievements than him, a level 25 male summoner snorted in discontentment. If you have the ability, you can go take Zero Wing's test. If you manage to become an elite member of Zero Wing, I'll come fawn over you as well, a beautiful short-haired woman said to the male summoner, giggling. Only, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The crowd near the male summoner broke into laughter. Nowadays, Zero Wing was very famous. Countless players were trying to join the guild. Plenty of elite members of other guilds had also withdrawn from their guilds to transfer to Zero Wing. But despite so many players applying to Zero Wing, the guild's member count did not increase by much. One could just imagine how difficult it was to enter the guild. Zero Wing's entrance examination was rigorous and had very high requirements. The guild had always put quality before quantity. However, anyone who passed the test would only be an ordinary guild member. Those who wished to become an elite member would have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs to qualify for the elite test to become an elite member. In short, Zero Wing's requirements were far more stringent than other guilds. Hence, it was incredibly difficult to become an elite member of Zero Wing. Any person who managed to become an elite member of Zero Wing was already an expert in the eyes of ordinary players. Shifeng simply smiled at the gossiping of the crowd. Shaking his head, he donned a black cloak and quickly made his way to the city hall. A female receptionist dressed in neat office attire came up to Shifeng and asked, "Good day, sir. How may I be of service to you today? I wish to meet with Lord Weissman." Shifeng showed his Count emblem. "Lord Count, please follow me." Upon seeing the Count emblem, the receptionist immediately led Shifeng to the inner sanctum of the building. After waiting for several minutes, Shifeng was then shown into Weissman's office. "Young man, what brings you to this old man today?" Weissman asked warmly as he stroked his white beard. "Lord Weissman, please take a look at this." Shifeng retrieved the elemental core from his bag. The instant Shifeng took out the elemental core, Weissman squinted his eyes, a serious expression appearing on his face. "Young man, you really are something." Weissman felt a little surprised as he carefully inspected the elemental core. Logically speaking, this thing should not exist in this world anymore, yet you've actually managed to obtain it. Your luck truly is extraordinary. It's no wonder that little girl Charlene says that you have heaven-defying luck. Lord Weissman, do you know what this item is? Shifeng asked hurriedly. Judging from Weissman's reaction, he could tell that there was more to this item than met the eye. After inspecting the magic array engraved on the elemental core, Weissman could only shake his head and say, "It is still too early for you to come into contact with this thing. If you wish to challenge this, I advise you to do so only after you become stronger." "Lord Weissman, may I know how strong I need to be?" Shifeng asked. "Reach Tier 3. Weissman immediately provided Shifeng with a definite answer. Tier 3. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Is it really impossible for me right now? Although he knew that the quest would not be simple, he had not thought that the difficulty would be so excessive. He was still a long way from obtaining his Tier 2 class, not to mention the level 100 Tier 3 class. In the past, even after a decade had passed, Tier 3 players were still considered peerless experts as the majority of the player population failed to attain their Tier 3 classes at all. For Solomon's Treasure to be a quest that required him to have a Tier 3 class to complete it, its difficulty was simply ridiculous. However, this revelation also further convinced Shifeng that Solomon's Treasure might be somehow related to Solomon's Sword. It's not exactly impossible. The problem is, with your current strength, you won't be able to reach that place, Weissman laughed. Won't be able to reach? Shifeng came to a realization. He did not lack the strength to complete the quest but only the strength to arrive at the quest location. Lord Weissman, can you tell me where that place is? The top of the world, Mount Sogar. Weissman did not try to withhold the answer from Shifeng. On the contrary, he sincerely explained, the magical array carved onto this elemental core is not only a map but also a key. Meanwhile, the location indicated in the map is Mount Sogar. Setting aside how far that place is from Starmoon Kingdom, on your way there, you will have to pass through places with powerful monsters. Having a Tier 3 class is already the minimum. If you wish to arrive safely at Mount Sogar, you should reach my standard at the very least. Hence, you had best give up on that place for now. It won't be too late to go there once your strength reaches a sufficient level. You are still young. What you have is time. The top of the world. Shifeng smiled. Shifeng knew of this place. Although he had never personally been to Mount Sogar before, its fame as the top of the world was most likely known throughout God's domain. And indeed, just like Weissman had said, a Tier 3 class would be no different from food to the monsters one would encounter on the way to Mount Sogar. Even if he were still a level 200 Tier 3 Sword King right now, he would barely manage to reach Mount Sogar. He would also have to spend a long time traveling to get there, as the teleportation point nearest to Mount Sogar was 10 days away. Moreover, that was assuming that he could continue running for 10 days straight and did not encounter any powerful monsters throughout the entire journey. Although he could shorten the travel time by using a mount, even then, it would still take a long time. However, Shifeng had the position teleportation scroll, a Tier 4 scroll that allowed him to teleport to any location in God's domain, except for a few special spaces. Mount Sogar was not one of these exceptions. In other words, he could teleport there directly. Shortly after, Shifeng bade farewell to Weissman and immediately ran back to the Candlelight trading firm. As its moniker suggested, Mount Sogar was the tallest location in the entire God's domain. At the same time, it was also a domain that humans did not willingly enter, as a multitude of powerful monsters lived there. Even the human empires were powerless against the monsters there. In the past, there had been many players who had tried challenging that place. Although Shifeng could head to Mount Sogar right now, he still needed to make a lot of preparations. After he returned to his forging room, he immediately contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, send the top-ranking alchemist and engineer within the trading firm to my forging room, please. Chapter 679, The Weapon That Ended an Era. Inside an advanced forging room of the Candlelight trading firm. Under Melancholic Smile's instructions, the Candlelight trading firm's most skilled alchemist and engineer immediately made their way to Shifeng's forging room. Take a look at these for now, and tell me how confident you are at manufacturing these items, Shifeng said. He then passed two separate designs to the alchemist Nine Coasts and the engineer Ocean Smile. The two people hurriedly nodded in response, not daring to act sloppily at all before Shifeng. Nine Coasts was the only intermediate alchemist of the Candlelight trading firm, whereas Ocean Smile was the only intermediate engineer of the trading firm. In the past, both these people had boasted great achievements and had managed to set foot into the realm of masters. Back then, even Shifeng, the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had to treat them with great respect. Yet, now, these two people were very nervous while conversing with him. There was no hint of the arrogance they usually displayed when dealing with other lifestyle players within the firm. They were just like two obedient little kittens as they earnestly studied the designs Shifeng had passed to them. However, this reaction of theirs was unavoidable. Black Flame was simply too preeminent. In the entire Star Moon Kingdom, not a single person did not know about Black Flame. He was a great character standing at the peak of Star Moon Kingdom. But at this very moment, such a great character was actually standing right before them and was asking the both of them to perform a task for him. How could they not get flustered? After the two nervously studied the designs, surprise surfaced in their eyes. The designs Shifeng had passed to them were just too frightening. Guild leader, with how complicated this alchemy array is, even I have only around a 10% certainty of manufacturing it. If I can advance to an advanced alchemist, I might be able to raise the success rate to 20%. Nine Coasts said anxiously. What about you? Shifeng turned to look at the engineer, Ocean Smile. Ocean Smile stuttered, F5%. 5%, is it? Shifeng frowned slightly. When Ocean Smile saw such a reaction from Shifeng, he nearly collapsed on the spot. After some pondering, Shifeng still gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then. From now on, I'll permit you two to use the special forging rooms continuously, so focus all your attention on producing these items." The designs he had taken out were actually parts of the magic device design that he had obtained from the Dark Shrine. As the weapon that ended the era of demons and gods, the difficulty of manufacturing it was extraordinary. Normally, even master-level characters had low success rates in fabricating the components of the magic device, what more of individuals who were not masters. Meanwhile, he was responsible for producing the magic device's core component. However, with his current standard as an intermediate forger, manufacturing it was still beyond him. I need to raise my proficiency. Shi Feng could not help but sigh as he looked at the design, which comprised over 20 pages. Sure enough, a magic device isn't that easy to produce. However, without a magic device, he did not dare to travel to the top of the world. The outer area of the Stoneclaw Mountains. In a forested valley surrounded by mountains, lights from spells, sparks, and light stones were visible in the vicinity. Ever since Stone Forest Town opened to the public, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the hunting grounds of expert teams. Even in the dead of night, the number of teams passionately grinding in the regional dungeon did not decrease in the slightest. The various teams were grinding for magic crystals and equipment day in and day out. Magic crystal was the standard currency used at the Divine Colosseum. Since the Stoneclaw Mountains was a level 30 to level 49 regional dungeon, the equipment that the monsters inside dropped naturally ranged between level 30 to level 45. Moreover, the quality of the equipment dropped at the Stoneclaw Mountains was just slightly inferior to those dropped in large-scale team dungeons. Only, the amount of equipment that a boss inside the Stoneclaw Mountains dropped each time was very small. Now that Zero Wing had claimed the fame of clearing a level 30, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon, there was no longer any point in guilds competing over the first clears of other level 30, 100-man team dungeons. Shifting their attention to competing over team dungeons that were over level 30 was more beneficial. After all, reaching level 30 was only a small milestone for players, and Zero Wing had merely gained a little advantage from this achievement. There were still milestones at level 40 and level 50. Hundreds of levels awaited them. The competition over level 30 large-scale team dungeons was just the beginning. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains was the best location for training and preparing to compete for the first clears of future large-scale team dungeons. Not only could they level up quickly at this place, but they could also gain a hefty amount of magic crystals. Most importantly, they could obtain a lot of high-level equipment here in short order. Setting aside the fact that team dungeons in the outside world had cooldown times, which greatly restricted the production volume of top-tier equipment, players also took time to adjust when switching from one team dungeon to another. Players would waste a lot of time when going through this transition. However, regional dungeons were different. These had no cooldown time for entry. As long as one had sufficient strength, they could come here to grind for level 30 or above top-tier equipment at any time. It was very efficient. Guilds could build up a massive advantage for raiding 50-man and 100-man team dungeons in the future. Precisely because of this reason, various large guilds had frantically dispatched their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains. "Boss, this lord dropped something," the Star Alliance assassin responsible for picking up the loot said excitedly. Meanwhile, the lord lying beside this assassin was a level 35 half-orc over 3 meters tall. Scattered around this half-orc were many elite half-orc and special elite half-orc corpses, their total number exceeding 100. When Red Feather, who was resting underneath a large tree, heard the assassin's words, joy surfaced on his face. "Bring it here and let me take a look at it," Red Feather said hurriedly. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains would drop plenty of level 30 and above equipment, most of these were level 30 common equipment. "Boss, this is a level 35 fine gold longbow." The assassin passed the weapon to Red Feather excitedly. "It's a really good bow. It's slightly better than a level 30 dark gold longbow. Willow has lucked out this time. As long as she reaches level 35, she can immediately replace her current weapon," Red Feather said enviously after appraising the attributes of the longbow. He and his team had been grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains for quite some time now. However, the loot of the bosses they killed was far from ideal. The majority of the bosses dropped only level 30 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. Very rarely would they drop level 35 fine gold weapons and equipment. However, we wasted a lot of time on this battle. If not for the majority of our team's weapons being fine gold rank, fighting these monsters might even have been dangerous. Red Feather still felt somewhat fearful when he thought back to the battle just now. The monsters of the Stoneclaw Mountains were generally stronger than the monsters found outside. The chieftains were only somewhat weaker than the lords of the outside world. The lords here were even more powerful. In terms of combat power, they could rival even the high lords of the outside world. Only their HPs were at normal standards. As for the level 35 lord-ranked half-orc their team faced just now, most of their melee weapons failed to even scratch the lord. Only fine gold weapons or above could cut through the tough skin of the half-orc lord and chip away at its combat power. In fact, Red Feather's team wasn't the only one experiencing such headaches. Any team that came to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains found themselves facing similar problems. Every battle in the regional dungeon would greatly exhaust a team. Players who used secret silver weapons were even forced to use whetstones to recover their weapons' durability after fighting just one battle. Otherwise, their weapons were sure to break in the next engagement. As a result, the teams in the Stoneclaw Mountains could not fight continuously over long periods of time. Boss Red, Elder Purple Eye's team has encountered one lord and 6 chieftains. They are in urgent need of backup right now. Purple Eye's team is too unlucky to have actually encountered so many monsters. Everyone, follow me immediately. Shortly after Red Feather's team began resting, Purple Eye, who was also one of the Star Alliance's top combatants, sent a request for help. Red Feather had no choice but to respond. Even if the standard of Purple Eye's team was very high, there was no way her 100-man team could take on the equivalent of 1 High Lord and 6 lords of the outside world simultaneously. Not to mention, there should also be plenty of elite and special elite monsters. However, the problem plaguing the various teams was actually making the Candlelight trading firm in Stone Forest Town a fortune. Whether it was whetstones or advanced whetstones, none of the guilds had initially planned to purchase these items from the Candlelight trading firm. However, the consumption of these items was simply too voracious. Their own production was insufficient. Hence, the guilds had no choice but to purchase these items from the Candlelight trading firm. Due to this reason, the entire Candlelight trading firm was extremely busy since several hundred whetstones might sell at any given minute. Meanwhile, during the time the various guilds were scrambling over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng cooped himself up inside a special forging room, frantically producing intermediate mana armor kits and continuously increasing his forging proficiency. For 4 whole days, Shifeng did not sleep or rest, spending all that time madly raising his proficiency. He only stopped when the sound of a system notification entered his ears. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had also increased rapidly during this period. At this moment, he had already reached level 32. His leveling speed simply left one speechless. Chapter 680, Advanced Forger. System, congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an Advanced Forger. Rewarding 10 magical gold and 20 million EXP. The system notification repeated 3 times. Upon the arrival of this system notification, Shifeng finally stopped producing intermediate mana armor kits. He had required a total of 24,000 proficiency points to advance from an intermediate forger to an advanced forger. That was double the amount necessary for the promotion from a basic forger to an intermediate forger. It really is tough work. Shifeng abruptly collapsed into a chair, breathing out a sigh of relief. With this standard, I should be able to manufacture the core component of the magic device. Even if he was producing intermediate mana armor kits, it normally should not have been possible to gain 24,000 proficiency points in just 4 days. However, he had the forging talent, forging genius, that every forger dreamed of obtaining. With each successful forging, he had a fixed chance to receive an additional 2 proficiency points, equivalent to successfully producing 1 more high-level item. The luck from Icarus's heart also helped increase his chances of triggering the effects of forging genius. Only with the combination of all these effects did he manage to become an advanced forger. Nevertheless, his success rate at producing the core component of the magic device would still be very low, even though he was now an advanced forger, roughly 10% at most. If he became a master forger, though, his success rate could be as much as 30%. However, time waited for no man. Moreover, even if Shi Feng had the Book of Forging, the black steel insignia, and forging talent, advancing from an advanced forger to a master forger would still be extremely difficult. That promotion was no longer a problem of proficiency or success rate. One of the requirements for a player to become a master forger was the creation of their own weapons and equipment without relying on readily available forging designs. Doing so would not take days but rather months or years, instead. Hence, even after a decade had passed, remarkably few players had managed to reach the level of master. Setting aside the fact that Shi Feng needed to advance to his Tier 2 class within a short period, just the test for the Tier 2 class was already quite challenging. The test for one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies could only be more so. If he wanted to clear the test quickly, it was naturally better for him to be stronger. Solomon's treasure might allow him to improve his strength further. Needless to say, he had to complete the quest as soon as possible. During these 4 days, many things had also occurred in the vast god's domain. The most popular matter had to be the activation of the Divine Battlefield at the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Battlefield was a place for players to wage war against each other. Players could obtain points for killing other players in the Divine Battlefield, which they could then use to exchange for rewards. A wide selection of rewards was available, although the most attractive rewards were still weapons and equipment. The best reward players could trade for was dark gold set equipment. However, the number of points required to do so was immense. Moreover, the weapons and equipment received were non-tradable and were usable for only the person who exchanged for them. Hence, even if the items dropped upon the owner's death, other people could not avail of said items, though they could sell them to NPCs, at dismal prices. To exchange for dark gold set equipment, players were first required to reach the highest ranking battlefield. The Divine Battlefield was divided into multiple ranks: Soldier's Battlefield, General's Battlefield, Marshal's Battlefield, King's Battlefield, and Hero's Battlefield, with each succeeding rank having increasingly higher entry requirements. Only after reaching the Hero's Battlefield could players collect points to exchange for dark gold set equipment. However, this was also a good way for experts to upgrade their equipment. After all, even guilds had a hard time obtaining dark gold weapons and equipment. Hence, everyone's passion for the Divine Battlefield deepened. When Fire Dance and her team participated in the Divine Battlefield, they would occasionally get slaughtered as well. The players visiting the Divine Battlefield did not come from just a single kingdom or empire. Instead, the entire god's domain shared a single Divine Battlefield. Against monstrous experts or the encirclement of 3 or 4 top-tier experts, even Fire Dance and the other Zero-Wing Corps members could only accept fate. This experience also allowed her and the others to realize that, no matter how strong they had become, there was always someone stronger than they were. Even if they ranked at the top of a weak, little kingdom like Star Moon Kingdom, they were still insignificant beings in the vast world of God's domain. Meanwhile, the situation at the Stoneclaw Mountains was also heating up. Many teams had already begun clearing the monsters wandering in between the outer and inner areas of the dungeon, and upgrading their equipment very quickly as a result. Zero Wing was also sending large numbers of members to the regional dungeon to grind and level up. For a time, competition within the Stoneclaw Mountains rapidly intensified, and quite often, friction and fighting would break out between players in the dungeon. With the passage of time and the continuous improvement of the system, many more experts would emerge in God's domain. Hence, Shi Feng was in a hurry to improve himself further. Guild Leader, here are the items you've asked for. The alchemist 9 Coasts stacked a pile of components on top of the stone platform. Respectfully, he said, these are all the components we've managed to make during these past few days. There are 70 sets here. After striving for 4 days, he and Ocean Smile had managed to manufacture only 70 sets of components. Despite receiving an endless amount of materials, their success rates were far lower than their initial estimates. They had spent a full 1,000 gold on manufacturing a mere 70 sets of components. If converted to credits, that amount of coins would be worth several million. At this point, they just wished they could crawl into a hole and die. After all, the materials required to manufacture each component cost roughly 30 silver. With over 1,000 gold, they could have produced over 3,000 individual components. Yet, the both of them combined had only managed to make 140. Their success rate did not even reach 5%. Okay, you can go back and continue making the components. Shifeng nodded. He was not surprised whatsoever by this abysmal success rate. All things considered, those were components required to manufacture a magic device. Their failure to achieve a 5% success rate was entirely within his expectations. After 9 coasts left, Shifeng sorted his mood out and began producing the core component of the magic device. The core component required only a few materials. However, they were all rare materials. Even after the guild's combined efforts as well as purchases through Gentle Snow's connections, he had managed to collect only 100 sets of materials. The cost of one set was roughly 10 gold, so 100 sets cost about 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng's success rate was only around 10%. Even the Star Alliance and Ouroboros would not be willing to take such a gamble. Fortunately, I'm earning quite a lot of money through Stone Forest Town and the Candlelight Trading Firm. Otherwise, even I wouldn't dare to take this risk, Shifeng muttered, smiling bitterly as he looked at the materials in his hands. The core component he was going to produce was a ball-shaped object. Just refining the metals required was already a difficult task. However, by relying on the ice blue devil flame, the metal he refined had relatively good color. What came next was molding the metal into the desired shape. If he was off by even a single millimeter, then the final product would end up as a failure. As for the last step, he had to engrave runes onto the metal ball. Time crept past. Shifeng went through 70 attempts in one go. In the end, only 3 out of the 70 attempts had succeeded. The difficulty of producing the core component was much higher than his initial expectations. I'm generally familiar with the process already. I should start using the magical gold now. Shifeng considered the materials he had left, feeling that he already had sufficient practice. The magical gold rewarded by the system was an extremely rare material. Not only could it increase his forging success rate, but it could also evolve an item at a fixed chance. Its market value was no less than 100 gold per piece. Initially, Shifeng had taken 50 tries to produce one core component. Afterwards, however, he had managed to succeed twice out of 20. Without a doubt, his success rate had increased significantly, which was all due to his continuous experimentation using the simulation device. If he did not possess the simulation device of the special forging room, he would have most likely failed all 70 attempts. Chapter 681, Dual Abilities. With only 30 sets of materials remaining, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. A magic device was an assembly of different components. The core component was merely one of 3 parts. If he failed the final assembly, the product would be a failure as well, and the components would have to be scrapped. Shifeng had seen a master forger assemble magic devices in the past. Back then, said master forger only had a success rate of 30%. Even so, a massive number of players eagerly searched out this master forger to help assemble their magic devices for them because other master forgers had less than a 20% success rate. 5 sets of components were required just to assemble a single magic device. Furthermore, each component set, which consisted of 3 individual components, required roughly 10 sets of materials to manufacture. In other words, at least 50 sets of materials were required to produce a magic device. If one were unlucky, they might actually require more than 100 sets. Even an expert player would have to spend a long time to gather 100 sets of raw materials. The coins involved could also put an expert player into debt. This was precisely why magic devices had been extremely rare in God's domain in the past. The players capable of obtaining one were generally either experts or wealthy tycoons. After Shifeng had gone so much trouble to obtain 100 sets of materials, he had only managed to produce 3 core components after expending 70 sets. It was not enough to assemble a magic device. At the very least, he needed to prepare 10 core components to have a higher chance of manufacturing a magic device. After all, he was only an advanced forger, not a master forger. Time crawled by. Shifeng's first attempt to produce the core component with the magical gold failed. The second attempt failed as well. After 4 consecutive failures, Shifeng had no choice but to give up on using the magical gold. Magical gold was one of the best support tools for forging dark gold and epic items. Even Shifeng felt a sting after failing 4 times in a row. On his 9th attempt, Shifeng finally succeeded. Sure enough, engraving the runes is the most difficult stage. Shifeng could tell that his previous successes had not been due to luck because he had felt as if his entire being had melted into the metal while he had focused on engraving the runes on this last core. He had felt something similar during his previous successes. This feeling of melding with the core component. Shifeng stopped his work for a moment and pondered the sensation. It feels somewhat like improving my skill completion rate. To improve my skill completion rate, I had to integrate myself with the environment. Suddenly, Shifeng retrieved a bottle of 100-berry wine from his bag and began to manufacture the core component once again. This time, he used a bar of magical gold. The 100-berry wine was a tool that could increase one's compatibility rate. Since the theory behind engraving runes was somewhat similar to improving skill completion rates, the 100-berry wine should help him reach a higher success rate with the engraving the core components runes. This time, Shifeng completed the core components refinement much faster than before. In just 5 minutes, Shifeng finished refining and molding the metals. He also completed engraving the runes in a single breath. As the core component felt like an extension of himself, Shifeng's control over the rune engraving process was quite high. System: core component has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 50,000 EXP. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Excitement bubbled in Shifeng's chest as he heard the sound of the notification. I never realized that the 100-berry wine could be used like this as well. Immediately, Shifeng used the remaining materials in one go. Of the remaining 20 sets of materials, he successfully produced 4 core components. Among them, magical gold had been incorporated into 3. His success rate had reached the level of a master forger. With this, he had managed to produce 9 core components with the 100 sets of materials. Among them, 4 had magical gold. He was only 1 core component from his goal of 10. Now, all that was left was to assemble the magic device. If he succeeded, he would be the first player in God's domain to birth a magic device. As the weapon that had brought about the end of the era of demons and gods, one could just imagine how powerful a magic device was. A magic device's most valuable effect was its ability to strengthen weapons, allowing these weapons to inflict damage to demons and gods. To put it simply, magic devices had given humans the ability to resist demons and gods. Of course, the magic device Shifeng had obtained was not that powerful as it was only bronze rank. Even so, a bronze magic device should not be underestimated. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, the monsters they encountered would grow stronger as well. At some point, even dark gold and epic weapons would not deal much damage. However, after one equipped a bronze magic device, even a secret silver weapon could cut through the tough hide and scales of monsters, not to mention fine gold and dark gold weapons. If players did not possess a magic device, however, the difficulty of defeating those powerful monsters would increase significantly. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds throughout God's domain had been extremely desperate to obtain magic devices. Even the design for a bronze magic device could incite a war between first-rate guilds. Now that Shifeng had obtained a magic device forging design so early into the game, he could begin to manufacture them much sooner than anyone else. He would also be prepared when everyone began encountering monsters that could not be easily defeated with normal weapons. The first assembly failed. The second assembly failed. The third assembly was successful. System: bronze magic device has been successfully manufactured. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 100,000 EXP. Shifeng was stunned when he heard the system notification. This can't be real, right? Success on the third try. Shifeng muttered, astonishment filling his voice, as he stared at the fist-sized metal ball in his hand. The black metal ball overflowed with light, the surging mana within was visible to the naked eye. I wonder what kind of attributes it possesses. After a magic device's successful assembly, it would gain a random ability. Although the bonus a magic device provided varied in strength, the magic device's basic function would not change. The layer of mana that covered the weapon, or mana blade, was invaluable. This mana blade could interfere with the mana that radiated off a monster's body, thereby weakening its defense significantly and allowing players to inflict damage. Otherwise, a monster's body with that protective layer of mana was tougher than diamond. Even scratching the monster would be extremely difficult, not to mention taking it out. Magic device, bronze rank. Strengthens a weapon, giving it the basic reduced weight effect and weaken target's mana body by 30%. What a pity. Although the weakening effect is quite powerful, the reduced weight effect isn't particularly useful to a one-handed weapon. It would be very useful towards a two-handed weapon though. Shifeng inwardly felt disappointed. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow fit him perfectly right now. If they became any lighter, he might not be able to exert his full strength with them. Following which, Shifeng returned to assembling magic devices. 1. 2. 3. As his stock of components dwindled, the sound of a system notification rang by his ears once more. System: bronze magic device has been successfully manufactured. Magical gold's effect triggered. Forging proficiency increased by 5 points. Obtained 100,000 EXP. When Shifeng heard that the magical gold's effect had been triggered, his excitement stole his breath. Originally, he had only used the magical gold to increase the success rate of manufacturing the magic device's core component. Hence, he had not expected the magical gold's effect to trigger. Immediately, Shifeng clicked to inspect the evolved magic device's statistics. Dual abilities? Isn't this a little too much? Shifeng could not believe what he was seeing. A magic device could only strengthen a single attribute. Even the higher-ranked mysterious iron magic device was no exception to this rule. Only the strengthened effects were slightly better. However, the magic device in Shifeng's hands actually offered 2 buffs. Chapter 682, Power of Magic Device. It really is a pity. It would be great if the magic device's rank were a little higher. Shifeng felt both joy and disappointment as he gazed down at the pale silver orb in his hand. The bronze magic device's debuff was average at best. Although it was more than enough against current monsters, it would grow increasingly weaker as the game progressed. Sooner or later, the bronze magic device would have to be discarded for something better. And yet, he had never heard of even a mysterious iron magic device possessing dual abilities. Purely in terms of combat power, the double-attributed bronze magic device was stronger than ordinary mysterious iron magic devices. Only, mysterious iron magic devices posed more of a threat to a monster's mana body. Oh well, one can't have everything. I've already lucked out by manufacturing a double-attributed magic device. I can't get too greedy. Shi Feng quickly shifted his focus, and the more he looked at the magic device in his hand, the more he fell in love with it. Magic device, bronze rank. Strengthens a weapon, giving it the basic vibration effect, basic polarizing effect, and weaken target's mana body by 27%. Both the vibration effect and the polarizing effect were considerably powerful additional abilities among magic devices. The previous device Shi Feng manufactured only had the reduced weight effect. However, the vibration effect could allow a weapon to emit high-frequency vibrations, allowing it to display astonishing destructive power with each hit. Meanwhile, the polarizing effect could refract light off of weapons, making it difficult for enemies to predict the weapon's trajectory and dodge it effectively. Originally, among the many abilities available, these two were only intermediate abilities. However, when these two abilities were combined, the overall strength the magical device offered increased exponentially. Not only could the magic device make a weapon difficult to dodge, but it could also give the weapon immense destructive power. The combined effects of these two abilities was not the slightest bit inferior to an advanced ability. Magic devices of different ranks generated different abilities. Normally, bronze magic devices could only generate basic or intermediate abilities, with the former having a higher chance. Mysterious iron magic devices could only generate basic or intermediate abilities. Only, it had a higher chance of generating an intermediate ability. Only after reaching secret silver rank could a magic device generate an advanced ability. However, the probability was not very high. Currently, although his magic devices was only bronze rank, it rivaled a secret silver magic device with an advanced ability. How could he not grow excited? However, this was also the reason for Shi Feng's disappointment. Advanced abilities were extremely rare. Even in the past, magic devices that possessed advanced abilities had been as rare as a phoenix's feather. The appearance of one usually triggered a rain of blood. I wonder what kind of effects it will have after it is equipped. Shi Feng could no longer hold back as he impatiently equipped the magic device on the Abyssal blade. The moment Shi Feng placed the magic device on the Abyssal blade, the pale silver orb transformed into a blob of liquid that seeped into the magic weapon. A small alchemy array then appeared on the sword's hilt. In the next moment, the alchemy array began to absorb a large amount of mana from the surroundings, assimilating it into the Abyssal blade and increasing the magic weapon's power. When Shi Feng swung the Abyssal blade lightly, he saw the sword split into 3 identical blades. With just the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which sword was the real one. When the Abyssal blade passed through a corner of the stone platform, the blade easily sliced through the dense stone, leaving behind a surface that was as smooth as a mirror. Amazing! If someone else equipped this magic device and used it against me, I think I would even struggle to block the attack. Looking at the stone platform with its missing a corner, Shi Feng was very surprised. The special forging room's stone platform was not an ordinary stone platform. Normally, even a magic weapon could only leave a small scratch. Now, however, Shi Feng had effortlessly sliced off the platform's edge. For a moment there, Shi Feng had even wondered if he had missed, as he had not felt the slightest resistance when the Abyssal blade passed through the stone. If his target had been a secret silver weapon or a piece of equipment, the item might have split in half effortlessly. Shi Feng even doubted whether a fine gold weapon could withstand such a frightening, destructive power. Currently, expert players' mainstream weapons were only fine gold rank. If even fine gold weapons could not block his attacks, enemy experts with fine gold weapons would be tantamount to unarmed noobs. How were they supposed to face him? With this strength, I should be able to try Mount Sogar. Although Shi Feng had never been to Mount Sogar before, he was not unfamiliar with the top of the world. Now that he had dealt with the most dangerous part of the journey, all that was left was locating Solomon's treasure. Weissman had already given him the map, which had been engraved on the elemental core. However, the map was too simple, and he had no idea where exactly Solomon's treasure was. Fortunately, the map did not lead to a high-leveled area on Mount Sogar. With his current strength, he should be able to cope with the dangers there. Following which, Shi Feng tidied up the room and took out the position teleportation scroll. He intended to head to the top of the world immediately. Suddenly, the sound of a system notification reached his ears, indicating that Blackie had sent him a message. Guild leader, Aqua seems to be having trouble. Please head over to the residence in Stone Forest Town quickly. Shi Feng froze, slightly surprised. Stone Forest Town had NPC guards to protect it. Unless they wanted to be banished, the various guilds would not stir up trouble. If a guild were banished from Stone Forest Town, they would no longer have a place to resupply or repair. As long as one had a brain, nobody would dare provoke Zero Wing right now. In fact, they should be afraid of the guild. Forget it. Let's see what's going on. Shi Feng stored the position teleportation scroll and took out a guild transfer scroll. Currently, the teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town was still under construction. If players of Zero Wing wished to arrive at Stone Forest Town quickly, their only option was to use the guild transfer scroll. After using one, they would have to wait for an hour before they could use one again. It was far more inconvenient than a teleportation array. Moreover, the scrolls were not cheap. Ordinary guild members would not be willing to use it. Stone Forest Town, inside the reception room of Zero Wing's guild residence. At this moment, Aqua Rose wore a very ugly expression, flames of rage burning in her eyes. Meanwhile, the two people sitting across from Aqua Rose smiled. Aqua Rose's anger did not affect them in the slightest. Of these two people, one was an indifferent-looking middle-aged man, while the other was a beautiful woman wearing a glamorous purple robe that revealed a large portion of her cleavage. If Shi Feng were here right now, he would certainly be surprised. The indifferent man was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. Guild leader Glorious, don't you think you're going overboard? Aqua Rose asked coldly. Overboard? How is this overboard? I am just offering a kind reminder, Glorious Echo laughed. Although you left Twilight Echo, do not forget that you have yet to dissolve your contract with the guild. If I sue you for breach of contract, can you afford the compensation? I've already clearly stated that I am only a vice leader of Zero Wing. I do not have the authority to allow Twilight Echo to construct a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. I have even less authority to give Twilight Echo half the town, Aqua Rose growled. She had wanted to dissolve her contract with Twilight Echo the moment she first left, but in the end, she had abstained as her family sat on the board of directors of the guild. However, she never would have thought that now. Chapter 683, Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose had been trying to explain, Glorious Echo acted as if he had not heard a word. With an unsmiling expression, Glorious Echo said coldly, "The conditions I offered are quite generous. You should know that, if not for your family, we would never offer the chance to become a guild elder. We also wouldn't offer triple the price to purchase your shares of Zero Wing in addition to some of Twilight Echo's shares. Or are you telling me that you can afford the severance fee?" As a veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo had very few loopholes in its management. In the past, Aqua Rose had been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. With a considerably high position in the guild, it had only been natural to require her to sign a contract with the guild. She was no exception to this rule even though her family sat on Twilight Echo's board of directors. Now that Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo and joined another guild, she was in severe violation of her contract. If it were Aqua Rose of the past, the severance fee would not have been an issue with her family's backing. Now, however, since Aqua Rose's family hoped that she would agree to Glorious Echo's conditions, they would not assist with the severance fee. Since the Divine Colosseum had launched, the price of magic crystals continued to climb by the day. In contrast, however, the increased availability was insignificant. As a regional dungeon that produced magic crystals, various guilds throughout God's domain targeted the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the travel costs for guilds outside of Starmoon Kingdom were ridiculously high. Moreover, without a foothold in the area, these guilds, at most, would be left with table scraps. As the nearest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, setting aside Stone Forest Town's geographical advantage, the coins and magic crystals it could earn each day was enough to make the various guilds drool. Only, level 150 guards patrolled the town, protecting the guild that owned it. At the same time, there were also the NPC guards that Zero Wings members had recruited. Even a super guild had to stand by and watch, helpless against Zero Wings' defense. From Twilight Echo's perspective, Aqua Rose was the only reason Zero Wing had any power today. Otherwise, it was impossible for a guild without any background, financial strength, or nurturing methods to grow to such a scale within such a short amount of time. Aqua Rose had initially been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. She was well known in the virtual gaming world, yet she had suddenly joined a nameless and powerless guild. This guild must have offered a relatively high price to recruit her. In addition, with Aqua Rose's current importance to Zero Wing, she would undoubtedly wield a massive amount of authority. Even giving away 90% of the town's lands would be well within her authority, much less allowing Twilight Echo to establish a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. As long as Twilight Echo obtained Stone Forest Town, the guild would have the capital to rise in God's domain. A veteran first-rate guild had an abundance of manpower. Twilight Echo was no exception, with an army of elite players held in reserve. However, it was not easy to nurture a God's domain expert. This process required a large amount of magic crystals. If Twilight Echo could claim Stone Forest Town, then it could farm magic crystals, which would then allow them to nurture a large number of experts. At that time, Twilight Echo would have much higher chances of emerging victorious in the competition over the Storm Empire. Hence, it was a must for Twilight Echo to secure Stone Forest Town. Listening up to this point, Aqua Rose fell silent. She had already had enough when her family had forced a marriage upon her. She had joined Zero Wing and wholeheartedly focused on managing the guild, watching it grow slowly, because she wanted to prove her talents to her family and gain their approval. However, rather than gaining recognition, she was still treated like a tool. Glorious Echo, if you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. You are not welcome here. Aqua Rose no longer bothered addressing Glorious Echo as guild leader, but referred to him by his character name instead. She made sure they knew how furious she was. Since she had joined Zero Wing, she had been very happy. Her time here was completely different from her time in Twilight Echo. She had learned many things during her time in the guild. Counter to others' beliefs, it was Zero Wing that had made her stronger, not the other way around. And they want her to sell out Zero Wing? Not in this lifetime. Seeing Aqua Rose's determination, Glorious Echo's somber expression darkened. Right, I've forgotten to introduce this young lady beside me. Glorious Echo's expression suddenly changed. With a smile, he proceeded with the introduction. This is Miss Exemplary Willow. She represents Open Source Corporation and is responsible for the corporation's affairs relating to God's domain. Exemplary Willow, who wore a purple robe, only smiled in response. She did not bother to offer a single word. It was as if she looked down on Aqua Rose. Why is someone from Open Source Corporation here? Aqua Rose's shock was obvious. Open Source Corporation was a Global 500 company. Moreover, it ranked very close to the top. To the corporation, Twilight Echo was like an ant that it could squeeze to death at any given moment. They were from completely different worlds. You might not realize this, but Open Source Corporation has already invested in Twilight Echo, becoming the guild's largest shareholder. Although your parents were strongly opposed to the plan, their efforts were useless, Glorious Echo sneered. If our talks for cooperation fail today, I believe that Miss Willow will be quite disappointed. If Miss Willow is unhappy, Open Source Corporation might accidentally take everything from you and your family. So, I think you should consider your options carefully before you speak. So, that's their game. Aqua Rose immediately came to a realization, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her face. It was no wonder why her family had not opposed the guild's decision. It would be child's play for Open Source Corporation to suppress her family's business. Facing such a monstrosity, her family would have no choice but to lower their heads. This is your best and only option. Why must you make life difficult for yourself? Glorious Echo advised softly. Besides, we're not just taking Stone Forest Town's land for granted. We are offering your guild leader a satisfactory price. If you can persuade him to hand over Stone Forest Town, then I assure you that, not only will you become a director of Twilight Echo, but Black Flame will also receive shares of the guild and become a director with you. With OSC's investment, Zero Wing will quickly become the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Wouldn't this be a better result? Taking a deep breath, Aqua Rose said resolutely, Glorious Echo, stop dreaming. I will never agree to your offer. She would never betray the guild. Although she felt sorry for her family, she believed that, by relying on her own abilities, even if her family's business went under, she could help her family flourish even more than before. Good, very good. Glorious Echo applauded. However, his expression while doing so was exceptionally grim. With a chilling tone, he said, since you do not know what's good for you, I'll move this discussion to your guild leader. I believe he will be far more understanding. You better not regret your decision. No guild could ignore the temptation of receiving OSC's investments. As long as Black Flame was a reasonable man, he would beg to have Open Source Corporation become the major shareholder of Zero Wing. Are you looking for me? At this moment, Shifeng pushed open the doors, smirking wickedly as he slowly entered the room. Chapter 684, You Are Not Qualified. Guild Leader. Startled, Aqua Rose turned to Shifeng, guilt and embarrassment were written across her face. Glorious Echo was also momentarily stunned. He had never expected Zero Wing's guild leader to actually appear. He quickly recovered, smiled, and introduced himself, Good day, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. This is Miss Exemplary Willow, Open Source Corporation's God's domain representative. Having been unprepared for Shifeng's sudden appearances, Glorious Echo intended to use Exemplary Willow's identity to frighten Shifeng a little. Meanwhile, Exemplary Willow only glanced at Shifeng indifferently. It was obvious that she was not interested in a conversation between ants. Rather, her interest in Aqua Rose grew. Without much effort, one could predict this conversation's outcome. OSC was a major, international corporation. It was also a giant in new energy trading. Its industries covered the entire world. Now that the corporation was moving on God's domain, there were countless people desperately trying to show off, vying for the corporation's attention. An upstart guild like Zero Wing would definitely react in the same way. Only, Aqua Rose's decision had surprised her slightly. Facing such pressure and temptation, Aqua Rose remained unmoved. Having an assistant like Aqua Rose by her side could be quite valuable. Meanwhile, Shifeng was unaffected by Glorious Echo's introduction. Calmly, he asked, May I know what business guild leader Glorious has with me? Regarding OSC's financing of Twilight Echo, Shifeng had expected this due to his memories of his previous life. He was not at all surprised by this revelation. He even knew plenty of major secrets that OSC had yet to discover. Shifeng's cool reaction unsettled Glorious Echo a little. Upon hearing the name Open Source Corporation, any guild in God's domain would introduce themselves carefully to win Exemplary Willow's favor. Yet, without offering a single greeting, Shifeng forged ahead and asked for the reason behind his visit. Does he not know about OSC? Glorious Echo was inwardly stunned. Immediately, he said, Guild Leader Black Flame, Open Source Corporation is a major, international corporation. The corporation has both funding and connections in abundance. Currently, the corporation has taken a liking to Stone Forest Town and wishes to purchase it. Hence, we've sought out Aqua to discuss the conditions of the purchase. Since Guild Leader Black Flame has made a personal appearance, our negotiations will be much simpler. Guild Leader Black Flame, state your price. As long as it is appropriate, I believe that OSC will agree to your terms. Exemplary Willow nodded in conjunction with Glorious Echo's words. Although she had just come into contact with God's domain, she already had a relatively good understanding of Stone Forest Town's importance. She had to admit that it was surprising that a mere upstart guild had obtained such a town. I see, Sherfone laughed. He then looked at Glorious Echo, saying, then, Guild Leader Glorious, you may leave now. Huh? Glorious Echo was momentarily stunned. What do you mean, Guild Leader Black Flame? Isn't OSC looking for me to discuss Stone Forest Town? Sherfone countered with a question. Then, why are you still here, Guild Leader Glorious? Glorious Echo sputtered, utterly speechless. From the side, Aqua Rose could not help but giggle. To her family, OSC was the largest source of pressure, not Glorious Echo. If she could settle a deal with the corporation, she could relieve that pressure on her family. Miss Willow has only recently been introduced to virtual reality games, and there are still many things she does not understand. As the leader of the guild under the corporation's management and someone who possesses a wealth of experience regarding the virtual gaming world, it is my responsibility to help Miss Willow with the negotiations, Glorious Echo explained coldly. Since that is the case, I'll just tell you my price for Stone Forest Town, Sherfone laughed. Raising his index finger, he said, I'll take a little loss on this trade and settle for 10% of Open Source Corporation's shares. As Sherfang's words fell, the room became utterly silent. Aqua Rose's little mouth hung open as she stared at Sherfang. His demand had gone beyond greedy. This was outright insane. Meanwhile, Glorious Echo as well had thought he had misheard for a moment. As for Exemplary Willow, she snapped her frosty gaze towards Sherfang. Guild Leader Black Flame, your joke is not funny at all, Glorious Echo said in a somber tone. Even 1% of Open Source Corporation's shares could purchase multiple Zero Wings, much less 10%. Why do you say that, Guild Leader Glorious? Pointing at Stone Forest Town through the window, Sherfang said earnestly, Stone Forest Town is the nearest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, the Stoneclaw Mountains is a dungeon rich with magic crystals. I don't believe I need to inform you of this item's importance. Since you wish to purchase Stone Forest Town, this would be equivalent to cutting off Zero Wing's path of development. I only want a few Open Source Corporation's shares, so how is that excessive? Since Guild Leader Glorious doesn't qualify to make this decision, please look for someone who does to speak with me. You should know that I am a very busy man. If I make an appointment with every random nobody to discuss business, I won't even have any time to rest. Insulted, Glorious Echo's vision went red as he even considered Sherfang's murder. Sherfang had actually dared to humiliate him publicly, calling him a random nobody. Even super guilds were not so bold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose could not hold back her laughter. The guild leader of the almighty Twilight Echo had actually been humiliated to the point where he could not offer even a word of retaliation. This was the first time Aqua Rose had seen such an ashen expression on Glorious Echo's face. This comic moment relieved much of her pent-up frustration. However, Aqua Rose realized that Sherfang was currently venting for her, and her heart could not help but warm at this sight. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you being serious? Finally, Exemplary Willow spoke. However, her tone was extraordinarily cold. She could not believe that the guild leader of such a tiny guild would actually dare to underestimate OSC. Although Exemplary Willow had not said anything threatening, the room's atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Even Aqua Rose struggled to breathe. This was the aura of someone who had always stood at the top of the world. Despite being unimaginably weak, she could still make a top-tier expert like Aqua Rose feel anxious. If Shi Feng answered poorly, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Aqua Rose was somewhat regretful. She should have stopped Shi Feng. At the very least, she could have prevented this. However, as if Shi Feng was without a care in the world, he nodded leisurely and responded, "Of course. I am always a man of my word." Although Shi Feng was not loud, everyone in the room could hear him clearly. Insane. This person was insane. Glorious Echo's previous anger vanished, replaced by shock. With astonished eyes, he stared at Shi Feng. Shi Feng had just intentionally provoked an international corporation just to help Aqua Rose get revenge. Just how ignorant must one be to carry out such an action? Very well. I will convey your price to my superior, Exemplary Willow said indifferently. She then turned to Glorious Echo, commanding, "Let's go." Chapter 685, New Continent. After Exemplary Willow and Glorious Echo left, the tension in the room evaporated. However, Aqua Rose still wallowed in her guilt. Exemplary Willow's eyes as she departed had reflected her inner anger clearly. This matter definitely would not be resolved so easily. "Thank you," Aqua Rose muttered as she watched Shi Feng, who maintained his usual calm, with grateful eyes. She was no fool. Although Shi Feng's actions had seemed foolish, she knew that he had been helping her. Initially, OSCs had focused on Aqua Rose, and it would not let her, or her family, off the hook for her refusal to cooperate. However, Shi Feng had come forth and provoked OSC intentionally, shifting the corporation's hatred towards himself. This way, the corporation would not bother targeting her and her family. If this were any other guild, none of them would willingly make an enemy of OSC for a single guild member. In response, Shi Feng simply laughed and said, "Forget about managing the affairs of Stone Forest Town for now and focus on leveling up and improving yourself. I'll have Melancholic manage the town for the time being." He was not the slightest bit worried about what had just happened. But OSC. Aqua Rose understood that Shi Feng was letting her distance herself from the dispute this time. This way, she would not attract Open Source's attention. However, she was the main instigator of this issue. She couldn't just watch the situation play out from a safe distance. Don't worry about it. Stone Forest Town is simply too valuable. Even without Twilight Echo and Open Source, there will be other guilds and corporations wanting a piece of the pie. Shi Feng could see Aqua Rose's guild. However, things were not as simple as she thought. In Starmoon Kingdom, there has yet to be a single power capable of taking Stone Forest City from us. What do we have to fear? The intense competition in God's domain far surpassed every virtual reality game before it. Although Shi Feng did not know the reason for God's domain's popularity, as someone who had experienced it before, he was fully aware of the dangers that came with taking over Stone Forest Town. And sooner or later, these dangers would erupt. Hence, rather than sitting still and waiting for their deaths, they might as well take the initiative to land the first blow. Even so, he had not expected to start a war with the Open Source Corporation. Fortunately, Open Source's economic influence would have little effect on him. If the corporation wished to deal with him, they had to do so through God's domain. However, God's domain was his home ground. It would not be so easy for Open Source obtain victory. Both the guild and I need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Shi Feng's hunger for obtaining Solomon's treasure increased. If Solomon's treasure was related to Solomon's sword, he might actually be able to get his hands on the legendary weapon. With his current strength, his effect in a massive war between guilds was limited. Against an alliance of multiple guilds, he was insignificant. However, if he had Solomon's sword, he could attempt to replicate Mage God Gaia's achievement of hunting and butchering the various large guilds. Following which, Shifeng passed on Stone Forest Town's management to Melancholic Smile and Blackie, while Aqua Rose led the Dark God's Legion to grind in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Shifeng retrieved a few magic scrolls and life-saving items from the guild warehouse. He then traveled to the top of the world to complete his quest. In reality, the top of the world was a new continent with a very high altitude. The map engraved on the elemental core showed that Solomon's treasure was hidden on Mount Sogar, one of this new continent's regions. Fortunately, Mount Sogar was not a very high-level region. It was only a level 40 to level 60 map. Although Shifeng was only level 32, with the top-tier equipment he had, it was not impossible to explore the place. In the snow-covered forest around Mount Sogar, space suddenly ruptured. In the next moment, a pitch-black figure jumped out of the spatial crack. Is this the top of the world? Shifeng took a deep breath as he observed his surroundings. The air was extremely thin here. Moreover, the gravitational pull was intense, the gravity here was at least 3 g. The temperature was also below 20 degrees Celsius. The environment was harsh. After God's domain underwent its third evolution, the gravitational system was only one part of the system upgrade. Air density and temperature would also affect a player's combat power. The effect of temperature on players was not significant, as players only needed to acquire some resistance to counteract the effects. As long as one had 20 points of ice resistance, they would not find the low temperature uncomfortable. If one could not withstand the cold, they also had the option of wearing some warm clothing. The thin air, however, would impact a player's combat power significantly. In a low-oxygen environment, the more players fought, the more rapidly they would burn through their stamina. Players without stamina had no combat capabilities at all. In other words, players would not be able to fight for a long time in a low-oxygen environment. It was highly possible that they would lose the ability to fight in the middle of a battle. Growl! The powerful sound waves immediately attracted the attention of the nearby wild beasts. A moment later, these wild beasts answered with their own deafening roars. Snow Lion, Wild Beast, Elite Rank. Level 42. HP 180,000/180,000. At this moment, a total of 5 white-furred snow lions appeared around Shifeng, surrounding him, their amber eyes radiating a fierce bloodlust. These monsters sure are powerful. Despite being only elite rank, their bloodlust is so strong. This place really isn't meant for ordinary players. Shifeng chuckled as he unsheathed the abyssal blade. If any other expert stood in his place right now, the snow lions would likely devour them. Fortunately, Shifeng was no ordinary expert. Growl! At the sound of a low roar, a snow lion dashed forward and bit down at Shifeng. Almost as if they had planned their attack, the other 4 lions took the opportunity to circle to Shifeng's back. Scram! Shifeng struck at the snow lion's head, the abyssal blade colliding with one of the monster's fangs. Dang! So tough! Shifeng felt his hand go numb when the abyssal blade stuck the snow lion's fang. However, the snow lion that attacked Shifeng had not fared any better than Shifeng, as the impact sent it flying. Its ivory fang also sported a deep gash. The abyssal blade had nearly chopped off the snow lion's fang. However, the snow lion only suffered -424 damage from the attack. To its 180,000 HP, that damage was practically negligible. Shifeng then spun and sent a slash to his back, the black streak of light slashing at the 4 oncoming snow lions. The snow lions' hides were far more tender than their fangs. Very easily, the abyssal blade sliced through the lions' hides, leaving behind a bone-deep gash. However, the attack only dealt slightly more than -1,200 damage to each of the 4 lions. Why is their defense so high? Shifeng was surprised. Previously, seeing as his attack had landed on the snow lion's fang, he thought the low damage was reasonable. However, even after his blade bit into the monster's flesh, he had only managed to deal over -1,200 damage. These snow lions' defense was stronger than even a great lord. Do all monsters here have such high defense? Shifeng muttered, feeling a slight headache begin to brew. These snow lions were only elite monsters. If he encountered a chieftain or lord, how was he supposed to defeat them? He had already equipped the abyssal blade with a magic device. Without the device, his damage would most likely be much lower. After Shifeng managed to repel 4 snow lions with a single attack, the lions began to roar. Growl! The sound of their deafening roars was powerful enough to echo over 1,000 meters. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to scare me? Shifeng could not help but smirk at the roaring snow lions. None of them showed any signs of attacking at this moment. However, just as Shifeng intended to finish these monsters off, he detected movement in the surrounding forest. The ground began to tremble, and soon, he noticed the towering trees fall, one after another. Suddenly, a massive snow lion that stood over 5 meters tall emerged from the forest, a long, sharp horn protruding from his forehead. HP 400000/40000000. Chapter 686, Tattered Old Treasure Chest. They summoned a companion. Shifeng frowned as he saw the Lord-ranked One-Horn Lion King. Monsters at the top of the world were already much stronger than monsters one normally found in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition to the environmental effects, dealing with these monsters would be quite challenging. In the current God's domain, there had yet to be a single player capable of soloing the level 45 Lord-ranked One-Horn Lion King. Even if Shifeng activated twofold Berserk, he would not have a shred of hope of defeating the level 45 Lord. Aside from its 4 million HP, Shifeng also had no information on the boss's skills. If it summoned another Lord, it would even be difficult to escape with his life. The One-Horn Lion King gave Shifeng no opportunity to consider his situation. Lifting one of its massive paws, the Lion King suddenly transformed into an afterimage as it dashed towards Shifeng like a gust of wind. Its speed could match Shifeng's when he had Windwalk activated. It took only an instant for the massive Lion King to cross more than 20 yards, its paws sending dirt and snow into the air. So much destructive power. Shifeng immediately used Abyssal Bind, not daring to be careless. After the Abyssal Blade had evolved, all of its skills had reached Tier 1. A Lord-ranked monster was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class. With only a difference of 1 tier, Abyssal Bind could exert a large fraction of its effects. Shio! 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 12 pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air, instantly binding the One-Horn Lion King's limbs, forcing the Lord to halt its charge. The Lion King bellowed in rage as it struggled against its bindings. If Shifeng had taken on this fight before the Abyssal Blade had evolved, the One-Horn Lion King would have easily freed itself from Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much strength it exerted, it could not move an inch. The most it managed was cause the chains to tremble slightly. Although the chains showed signs of breaking, it would still be some time before they would shatter. I can finally use Abyssal Bind again. Shifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome. The stronger the monster was, the weaker the effects of Abyssal Bind would become. Hence, he rarely used Abyssal Bind in his fights anymore. Now that the skill had regained its usefulness, he would have another card against powerful monsters. However, Shifeng did not dare to tarry any longer as he activated Windwalk and fled. Initially, Abyssal Bind could prevent a target from moving for 4 seconds. Against the One-Horn Lion King, however, he'd be lucky if the skill lasted 2 seconds. If utilized properly, he could put quite some distance between himself and the Lord. Sure enough, 2 seconds after Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind, the One-Horn Lion King broke free from its restraints. Without hesitation, the Lion King chased after its prey. Like so, One man and one beast ran through the snowy forest. Although Shifeng had attracted the attention of several monsters during his escape, he easily threw them off with his speed. The only monster he could not shake off was the one-horned Lion King. Fortunately, the Lion King was not a speed-type lord. After activating Windwalk, Shifeng's speed was roughly equal to the Lion King's. Hence, the Lion King could not close the distance he had created during his 2-second head start. It won't do to continue running like this. I haven't seen any flying-type monsters so far, so it should be fine to use Wind Rider. While Shifeng fled, he searched for any movement in the air. The ability to fly was a massive advantage against monsters. However, as players reached higher levels, many high-level maps would also contain flying-type monsters. If players encountered such a monster, escape would not be an option. They either defeated the flying monster chasing after them or said monster claimed their life. It would take a miracle to escape from a flying monster. The top of the world was known for being an area that only experts could challenge. One would find it difficult to survive even the low-level regions of this place. Fortunately, Shifeng also had the 7 Luminaries ring. He considered himself to be someone who was quite good at escaping. However, even Shifeng did not dare to use his skills at the top of the world casually, as a single misuse might get him killed. After confirming that he saw no threat above him, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the one-horned Lion King could only roar in frustration as it watched its prey escape its clutches. Although Shifeng was only level 32, the 220% increase in movement speed that Wind Rider provided made him faster than even a level 45 lord. The location marked on the elemental core showed that Solomon's treasure was in Mount Sogar's core area. Taking advantage of Wind Rider's effects, Shifeng flew towards the map's core. As Wind Rider only had a duration of 24 seconds, but a cooldown of 2 minutes, Shifeng was forced to stop every once in a while during his flight. Shifeng did not have the courage to brave the path on foot. During his 24 seconds in the air, he had spotted at least 3 Lord-ranked monsters. In addition, there were also plenty of chieftains and elites roaming around the snowy forest. Even if he used an isolation scroll, he would not escape detection from so many powerful monsters. After more than an hour of flying and hiding, Shifeng arrived at the base of Mount Sogar's core area. Luckily, I can fly. Otherwise, I really might not have made it here alive. Shifeng could not help but inwardly celebrate as he looked at the snowy forest at the foot of the mountain. On his way here, aside from lords, Shifeng had even spotted a level 50 Great Lord. With Shifeng's current standards, without flight, he would never escape a Great Lord. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Shifeng refused to use Wind Rider to fly up the mountain itself. The top of the mountain was flying-type monsters' territory. If he accidentally caught the attention of one of these monsters, he would be in trouble big time. Following which, Shifeng used an isolation scroll and carefully proceeded along the stone steps up the mountain. After arriving at Mount Sogar's heart, the monsters he encountered were level 50 at the very minimum. Shifeng was merely level 32. With such a huge difference in levels, monsters could easily perceive his presence from a long distance away. Although he could reduce his presence with an isolation scroll, if he wanted to avoid detection, he would still have to maintain a distance of roughly 80 yards from these monsters. Fortunately, that distance was still well within his range of sight, so he could easily hide. The path up Mount Sogar was very narrow and surrounded by steep cliffs. Not only was it very difficult to hike up the mountain, but there were also groups of stone apes patrolling the path. Unfortunately, there was only a single path up the mountain. Level 50. HP 300,000/300,000. By itself, the stone ape was no threat to Shifeng. In fact, he could easily handle 3 or 4 of these elite stone apes simultaneously. However, when a stone ape guard accompanied the group, the situation was largely different. Level 50. HP 2-800-000/2-800-000. On his way up the mountain, in order to avoid the patrolling stone apes, Shifeng hurriedly hid inside a small cave on the steep hillside. Oh! A secret silver treasure chest. A light shone in Shifeng's eyes. The small cave was only the size of a room. Meanwhile, a tattered treasure chest sat in the deepest part of the cave, giving off a faint silver glow from on top of a thorn and moss-covered stone platform. In God's domain, even common treasure chests were a rare sight, not to mention secret silver-ranked ones. The loot one could obtain from a secret silver treasure chest was much better than even the loot from a lord-ranked boss. He was truly lucky to stumble upon one by accident shortly after arriving at Mount Sogar. However, as a precautionary measure, Shifeng activated omniscient eyes to search for traps inside the cave. In the past, countless players had lost their lives by triggering a trap due to their momentary excitement of discovering a treasure chest. Under the probing of omniscient eyes, Shifeng noticed a magical fluctuation from beside the stone platform. Taking a closer look, he discovered a magic array carved into the cave wall. Only, the thorns and moss covering the wall had obscured the magic array. Fortunately, under the perception of omniscient eyes, these simple obstructions were no different than transparent glass. Sure enough, there's a magical trap. Shifeng laughed as he activated Phantom Kill. He then had his doppelganger stand at the cave's entrance while he ran towards the treasure chest. Chapter 687, Tier 3 Magic Scroll. There were many types of traps in God's domain, and any one of these traps could finish a player off easily. The simplest traps were the ordinary, physical traps. Most players could resolve these traps. A slightly more advanced trap was a magical trap. Even experts could lose their lives to these traps if they were not careful. The most advanced traps were challenge traps. When triggered, challenge traps would seal players inside a barrier. Players were then required to undergo a challenge, and only after they cleared the challenge would they obtain the reward. Although challenge traps were the most advanced of the three types, the former two were the most fatal when triggered. After all, players could simply choose to ignore the treasure if they did not wish to risk their lives, whereas the other two types would not offer players such a luxury. Hence, the physical and magical traps claimed the most lives. Meanwhile, classes like the assassin possessed skills to disarm traps. Hence, most solo assassins could get by just fine in God's domain. Although Shifeng was a swordsman without any disarm skills, he had magic scrolls that could do the job. This item had a very low drop rate. Moreover, it was only capable of disarming magical traps and challenge traps. Even with 0 wing strength, the guild had only managed to obtain slightly over 20 scrolls. Before coming to Mount Sogar, Shifeng packed 5 of these magic scrolls with him. Although, he had not expected to use one so soon. Walking up to the stone platform, Shifeng did not hurry to open the treasure chest. Rather, he cleared away the thorns and moss covering the stone platform. He then took out a silvery gray scroll, unfurling it and chanting the incantation recorded within. This silver gray scroll was none other than a Tier 1 disarm scroll. It was capable of disarming all magical and challenge traps of fine gold rank and below treasure chests. However, the precondition was to locate the trap's activation array. Otherwise, the scroll would be useless. As the disarm scroll activated, gray smoke seeped into the trap's activation array. The mana within the activation array then began to corrode. Without any mana to power the activation array, the magical trap could no longer be triggered. I wonder what items I will find this time. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the secret silver treasure chest once more. Exchanging a Tier 1 magic scroll for a secret silver treasure chest was a very profitable trade. Moreover, he was in one of the maps at the top of the world. This area was untouched by players thus far. In other words, the treasure chests throughout the top of the world had yet to be opened even once. their loot would naturally be somewhat more abundant. This was a similar phenomenon to obtaining the first clear of the dungeon, whereby the end rewards would be slightly buffed. However, Shifeng still did not hurry to open the treasure chest. He first activated Divine Providence. Immediately, his luck increased by an additional 32 points for 30 seconds. Only now did Shifeng open the treasure chest. Following which, a loading bar appeared above the treasure chest, filling gradually. 20 seconds were required to open the secret silver treasure chest. The activation time for this one sure is abnormally long. Shifeng was a little concerned when he saw the required activation time. A treasure chest's activation time usually ranged from 3 to 10 seconds. Even secret silver treasure chests didn't usually require as long as 20 seconds. The seconds ticked by slowly. After the long and arduous 20 seconds, the tattered old treasure chest audibly clicked before its lid gradually opened. In the next moment, an array of colors escaped the treasure chest, illuminating the entire cave. There are so many items inside. After the rainbow brilliance dissipated, the secret silver treasure chest's contents were on full display before Shifeng. Items filled the entire chest. This was definitely the fullest treasure chest Shifeng had ever seen in his life. He spotted more than 10 tier 3 gemstones alone. There was also a large number of magic crystals and silver coins. There were even 3 weapons and equipment inside the chest. These items were all level 50. Level 50 was considered a major milestone in God's domain. Although part of the reason was that players could apply for their Tier 2 classes at this level, it was mainly due to the difference in equipment. Level 50 equipment was a lot stronger than level 45 equipment. Originally, the attributes on a piece of level 40 secret silver equipment was roughly the equivalent of a piece of level 45 mysterious iron equipment. Only, the latter had slightly higher defense. However, the attributes on level 45 secret silver equipment were only the equivalent of level 50 bronze equipment. That was a difference of 2 ranks. Because of this, the attribute gap between players widened significantly. However, after reaching level 50, players would quickly discover that high-quality level 50 weapons and equipment would become far more difficult to obtain. Moreover, the number of weapons and equipment that dropped from dungeons would decrease significantly. Nowadays, ordinary players could collect a full set of bronze equipment so long as they put in the required effort. Many might even have a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment mixed into their sets. However, an ordinary level 50 player walking around in a full set of level 50 bronze equipment would be an impressive feat. Even level 50 mysterious iron equipment would be rarely seen on a guild's normal members. Only elite guild members could barely scrape together a full set of mysterious iron equipment. One could just imagine how difficult it was to obtain level 50 equipment of high quality. Currently, of the 3 pieces of level 50 equipment inside the treasure chest, 2 were secret silver rank, and 1 was fine gold rank. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. However, the item that demanded Shifeng's attention was a pale gold scroll. Even though the scroll sat quietly inside the chest, the frightening amount of mana radiated distorted the surrounding mana. If the scroll were activated, who knew what kind of power it could display? This was an effect that only Tier 3 magic scrolls or above could display. Tier 4 magic scrolls were as rare as a phoenix's feather throughout God's domain. If sold, it could fetch for an astronomical price. However, nobody would be so foolish as to actually sell a Tier 4 magic scroll. Meanwhile, although Tier 3 magic scrolls could not compete with Tier 4 magic scrolls in terms of rarity, each scroll was still considered a strategic item to a guild. Outside of an emergency, guilds would never consider using their Tier 3 magic scrolls. I wonder what kind of Tier 3 spell it contains. Shifeng eagerly picked up the pale gold scroll and examined it. Forcibly upgrades the tier of a skill by 1 tier up to a maximum of Tier 3. Cooldown, 1 hour. Uses remaining, 30. After reading the introduction, Shifeng was momentarily stunned. A magic amplification scroll was no less valuable than an epic item. To ordinary players, this scroll could forcibly improve their skills by a single tier. This scroll could provide a miraculous impact if used at a critical moment. For example, in a battle between two players who could both use only Tier 1 skills, if the losing player could suddenly amplify one of their skills to Tier 2, it could turn the tide of battle. When fighting bosses, the control effects of a Tier 1 skill was incredibly limited. However, the skill would display a marked difference at Tier 2. And yet, this was still not the magic amplification scroll's greatest function. Its true purpose lay in summoning. It was particularly useful to the summoner class. A Tier 1 summoner could, at most, summon a Tier 1 monster to fight for them. After using magic amplification on their skills, however, they could summon Tier 2 monsters. As for Tier 2 summoners, they could summon Tier 3 monsters. A Tier 3 monster was the equivalent of the Great Lord rank. Whether it was out in the fields, a dungeon, or a PvP battle, having a Great Lord ranked monster by one side would provide massive advantages. One such monster could easily decimate an army of 10,000 players. Although I'm not a summoner, I have the Bible of Darkness. I wonder if the magic amplification scroll will have any effect on it. When Shifeng thought about the possibility of summoning a Tier 3 demon, he could not help but grow excited. If he could summon a Tier 3 demon, he would have a much easier time searching for Solomon's treasure. With the assistance of a Tier 3 demon, he could easily defeat even a group of chieftain-ranked stone ape guards. Chapter 688, Tier 3 Overlord. Setting aside the Tier 3 magic scroll, Shifeng stored the remaining items from the treasure chest in his bag. He then carefully took out the Bible of Darkness. You must succeed. Shifeng was not absolutely confident in being able to summon a Tier 3 demon. After all, the Bible of Darkness was a fragmented legendary item. It was not an easy task to upgrade the skill of a fragmented legendary item. Even with a Tier 3 magic scroll, the likelihood of success was low. Unfurling the magic amplification scroll, Shifeng began to chant its incantation. Suddenly, the mana in the cave went berserk. An endless stream of mana surged into the cave from outside, increasing the density within the cave to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. The dense mana took the form of a multicolored haze that filled the cave, creating a beautiful sight. Such dense mana. Shifeng had become the heart of the cave as mana surged into his body, forming a massive vortex. Emerge, Demon Gate. Shifeng activated Demon Summoning. Rumble. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a massive pair of gates suddenly appeared out of thin air. This gate was twice as large as those that appeared when he summoned Tier 2 demons. Shifeng even struggled to move under the intense pressure this gate emitted. Did I succeed? Shifeng could not help his growing excitement as he watched the demon gate. The combination of the magic amplification scroll and the Bible of Darkness. If he could put this combination to use in a guild war, it would definitely turn the tides of battle. Regardless of the time or location, a Great Lord ranked monster was a massive threat to a player, not to mention a Great Lord that was under an enemy player's control. The threat level of such a Great Lord would be increased by at least tenfold. As the demon gate slowly opened, a humanoid demon wearing crimson scale armor and wielding a pitch-black war axe hovered out of the darkness. However, although the demon had the shape of a human, it was much larger. The demon stood over 3 meters tall and had a pair of blood-red wings that allowed it to hover above the ground. Such a weak little ant actually dares to summon me, the Purgatory Demon. The Purgatory Demon snarled, ridicule flashing its blood-red eyes as it looked down on Shifeng. With a single flap of its wings, the Purgatory Demon crossed the distance of 10 yards in an instant, its speed surpassing even that of a Great Lord. The demon then swung its war axe down towards Shifeng. Die! The pitch-black war axe suddenly emitted intense shockwaves, destabilizing the surrounding space. As the war axe descended, Shifeng suddenly discovered that he could not move. This is the Tier 3 taboo skill, spatial suppression. Shifeng was aghast. He had never imagined that the demon he summoned would be so powerful. There were many kinds of Tier 3 demons. Moreover, Tier 3 demons possessed very high intellect, so there was a small number who could learn Tier 3 taboo skills. Among Tier 3 demons, these individuals were warlord-level existences. Shifeng was only a Tier 1 class. He had no hope of breaking free from the suppression of the Tier 3 taboo skill. He could not even use a skill. He could only watch as the massive war axe descended on him. Boom! When the pitch-black war axe landed, the impact destroyed the entire cave. Ha ha ha. Such a weakling also dares to use the Bible of Darkness. With this, the Bible of Darkness now belongs to me, the hovering purgatory demon could not help but laugh. However, its laughter was short-lived as a serious expression suddenly appeared on the demon's face, its gaze focused on the ruins before it. Why are you still alive? The purgatory demon stared in shock as it watched Shifeng slowly climb out of the rubble. Shifeng looked somewhat miserable as his entire body was covered in dust. However, his HP was still full, he had not received any damage from the purgatory demon's attack. As expected of a Tier 3 demon. If I hadn't used Phantom Kill as a precaution for the magical trap, that hit really would have killed me, Shifeng said, smiling as he turned to the hovering purgatory demon while dusting himself. The instant the purgatory demon had appeared, Shifeng had noticed that he could not control it completely. Hence, he had immediately activated the replace skill, trading places with his doppelganger while he hid at the cave's entrance. However, the shockwaves from the demon's Tier 3 taboo skill had still affected him. Fortunately, he was able to activate Defensive Blade in time, blocking the incoming damage. Lucky ant. But you won't be so lucky the next time. The purgatory demon revealed a sinister expression as it swung its massive war axe at Shifeng once more. In response to the fast and destructive attack, Shifeng simply smiled as he said coldly, "There won't be a next time because your time is up." Time. Confusion flashed in the purgatory demon's eyes. Immediately, however, panic appeared on its face as it shifted its gaze towards the Bible of Darkness in Shifeng's hands. Countless blue chains suddenly emerged from the Bible of Darkness. Like a pack of hungry wolves, the chains shot towards the purgatory demon. Defiantly, the demon shouted, "No!" The purgatory demon no longer bothered with its attack on Shifeng. Instead, it was now fled from Shifeng with all its might. However, even if the purgatory demon was fast, it could not outrun the blue chains. The blue chains instantly pierced through the demon and wrapped around its body, sealing its movements completely. It could only whimper and mourn painfully as it lay on the ground. After a few seconds of whining, the purgatory demon's spirited eyes dimmed. As if it had become a walking corpse, the demon slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Shifeng as if waiting for a command. The blue chains binding the demon began to fade. That was close. Luckily, I used my doppelganger to buy some time. Shifeng finally released out a sigh of relief as he saw the purgatory demon's lifeless eyes. The Tier 3 demon was finally under his control. It was possible for a summoned creature to rebel. However, the chances of a rebellion were determined by the summoner's strength. Currently, Shifeng was merely a Tier 1 player. If he used a Tier 3 magic scroll to forcefully summon a Tier 3 demon, the chances of a rebellion were quite high. Meanwhile, when a summoned creature rebelled, its first target would be its summoner. Of course, there was also a method to end a rebellion. For example, the Bible of Darkness was capable of eliminating a summoned demon's consciousness. However, time was required to do so. After killing the summoned creature's will, it would become a puppet without any trace of autonomy. This would make it very difficult to control the summoned creature, sharply reducing its combat power. Normally, after a creature was summoned, the summoner only needed to transmit simple commands. The summoned creature would then carry out the commands automatically. However, after becoming a puppet, the summoner would have to split a portion of their consciousness to direct the summoned creature's every movement. This would, in turn, impact the summoner's own combat power. Most importantly, after a summoned creature lost its consciousness, players would face great difficulties when using the monster's skills. When a monster was self-aware, it could achieve 100% of its skills' effects. For players who had never used any of the summoned creature's skills before, in addition to splitting their focus on controlling the monster, it would be a miracle if they exerted 50% of the summoned creature's skills' effects. However, Shifeng couldn't care less right now. Compared to a turncoat Tier 3 demon, a puppet Tier 3 demon was far more useful. Although having to control the demon manually would greatly reduce its combat power, it was better than nothing at all. I wasn't able to check its attributes before because it wasn't under my control. I wonder just what kind of attributes the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon possesses. Shifeng was very curious about the Tier 3 demon's attributes. The fact that it could use a Tier 3 taboo skill showed that it was much stronger than ordinary Tier 3 demons. Chapter 689, Astonishing Leveling Speed. So many skills. Upon opening the Purgatory Demon's attribute panel, Shifeng discovered a list of tens of skills. Among them, there were 3 Tier 3 skills, one being the Tier 3 taboo skill. The remaining skills were all Tier 2. The Purgatory Demon had more skills than an ordinary player. Moreover, the majority of its skills were AoE skills. The demon could play a huge role in a group battle. In addition, the Purgatory Demon's HP and level were similarly shocking. Purgatory Demon, Level 51. HP 13,000,000/13,000,000. Among level 50 Great Lords, its HP might not be considerable, but compared to other Tier 3 demons with high intellect and a large number of skills, the Purgatory Demon's HP was very high. Moreover, an ordinary Tier 3 demon's combat power was generally higher than a Great Lord of the same level. If it came down to a battle, the Tier 3 demon would emerge victorious. Its strength attribute is outrageous. It's several times higher than my strength. It should rival a Grand Lord of the same level. The more Shifeng examined the Purgatory Demon's attributes, the more shocked he became. Currently, he was fully equipped with Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. He even wore the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. His strength was no weaker than a chieftain of the same level, yet even if he activated twofold Berserk, his strength would not reach even half of the Purgatory Demon's. With such a powerful summon, his exploration of Mount Sogar's core area would be much easier. At the very least, he would not have to run and hide from monsters constantly. Following which, Shifeng began controlling the Purgatory Demon to venture deeper into the heart of Mount Sogar. There were many groups of stone apes patrolling the trail up Mount Sogar. Not only did each patrol team have over 100 elite stone apes, but the teams were also led by one Lord-ranked stone ape guard. Shortly after exiting the cave, a stone ape guard discovered both Shifeng and the Purgatory Demon. The Lord released a roar and immediately, over 100 level 50 elite stone apes charged at the two intruders. "You guys can serve as a test, then." Shifeng smiled calmly as he focused the majority of his consciousness into the Purgatory Demon while he hid as far away as possible. However, the Purgatory Demon, which was over 3 meters tall, was like an immovable wall as it stood in the middle of the mountain trail. With its war axe held ready, the demon managed to block the entire trail by itself. When the stone apes arrived before the Purgatory Demon, the latter swept its massive two-handed war axe horizontally across the enemy group. Suddenly, the 6 leading stone apes flew through the air, slamming into the mountainsides bordering the trail. Some of the stone apes' rock bodies shattered when they met the massive war axe, damages of over -30,000 points appearing above their heads. If a player had received the Purgatory Demon's attack just now, they would have died instantly. Such fierce damage. Shifeng was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that the Purgatory Demon could deal such high damage. Compared to the Snow Lions, the Stone Ape's defense was much higher. Previously, he could deal around -1,200 damage to the Snow Lions with his normal attacks. Yet, the Purgatory Demon dealt over -30,000 damage, destroying over 1/10 of the Stone Ape's HPs with one swing of its axe. Moreover, it even shattered the Stone Ape's rock bodies, wounding the elites heavily and significantly reducing their combat power. In the face of the Purgatory Demon's strength, the Stone Apes were no more than toys. They could not approach Shifeng, who hid behind the Purgatory Demon, at all. However, Shifeng was also struggling to control the Tier 3 demon. Shifeng was already not used moving in the demon's massive body. Attacking only increased the complexity of his task. He could not exert his desired effects at all. At the moment, he was exerting less than 1/3 of the Purgatory Demon's actual strength. Suddenly, the Stone Ape guard standing behind the group of Stone Apes jumped into the air and thrust its spear towards the Purgatory Demon. As if it were a venomous snake, the spear left behind 3 afterimages that struck the Tier 3 demon. With the Purgatory Demon's usual standards, it could have dodged the Lord's spear attack effortlessly. However, Shifeng was unable to exert the demon's full strength, so the demon received all 3 attacks. -2,742. -2,802. -2,784. 3 consecutive damages appeared above the Purgatory Demon's head. However, compared to the Purgatory Demon's 13 million HP, these damages were practically negligible. The demon's battle recovery alone regenerated 130,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if Shifeng allowed the Stone Ape guard to attack as much as it wished, it would not kill the Purgatory Demon. I wonder how this move will fare. Shifeng did not want to waste any more time with these Stone Apes. He controlled the Purgatory Demon and activated the Tier 3 skill, Garuda's Flames. Garuda's Flames dealt flame damage within a cone to all enemies within 50 yards. At the same time, target struck would be forced into a fainted state for 5 seconds. The Purgatory Demon swung its massive war axe and the Stone Apes before it drowned in a sea of fire. Even while standing behind the Purgatory Demon, Shifeng could feel the scorching heat of Garuda's Flames. Against such a wide-range attack, neither the Stone Ape guard or the elite Stone Apes could avoid it. The Purgatory Demon's attack swallowed every one of the Stone Apes. Suddenly, the 100+ Stone Apes lost their lives. Only the Lord-ranked Stone Ape guard still lived. However, the Lord's body glowed bright red with heat, and of its original 2,800,000 HP, only around 2,100,000 remained. Garuda's Flames dealt nearly 700,000 damage to a level 50 Lord. Meanwhile, Shifeng had exerted less than 50% of the skill's effect. If the Purgatory Demon were still self-aware, Garuda's Flames would probably have devoured over half of the Stone Ape Guard's HP. It's a pity that this skill's cooldown is somewhat long. Otherwise, grinding with this skill would be exhilarating. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at his experience bar. Shifeng had been at 9% of level 32. Now, his experience stopped at 20%. His experience bar had jumped by a full 11%. After players reached level 30, the amount of EXP they required to level up would increase tremendously. Even expert players had to grind for several days to gain a single level, not to mention someone like Shifeng, who required twice as much EXP as ordinary players. Any other player would have gained 22%. They would only have to defeat 5 Stone Ape patrol teams to gain a level. However, part of this was also because the monsters at the top of the world provided much higher EXP than the monsters in Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, there was also the fact that the Stone Apes were elite monsters and were 18 levels higher than Shifeng, providing him with ample amounts of bonus EXP. For an ordinary player, a common monster that was 2 or 3 levels higher would be their limit, let alone an elite monster. Normally, a party of ordinary players was required to take down a single elite monster. After splitting the EXP 6 ways, each player would only receive a small amount. Meanwhile, Shifeng enjoyed the EXP from more than 100 stone apes by himself. His leveling speed would be as fast as flight. Following which, Shifeng directed the Purgatory Demon to attack the Stone Ape Guard with more skills. The Tier 3 skills cooldowns were simply too long. Shifeng intended to use them sparingly, so he only used Tier 2 skills to deal with the Stone Ape Guard. Even so, each Tier 2 skill dealt over -100,000 damage. In less than 30 seconds, the Stone Ape Guard lay at the Purgatory Demon's feet. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience bar had risen by an additional 6%. The Lord provided more EXP than half of the 100+ elite stone apes. Other than providing Shifeng with an abundance of EXP, these stone apes had also dropped a large number of items. Equipment and materials littered the mountain trail before the Purgatory Demon. The drop rate here was even better than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, this place was home to monsters that were level 50 and above. If Shifeng grinded in an ordinary high-level map in Starmoon Kingdom rather than at the top of the world, he would not enjoy such a lucrative drop rate. However, Mount Sogar possessed a large number of powerful monsters. This was one major difference between it and ordinary maps. Surviving here was already extremely difficult for level 50 players, not to mention grinding for levels and items. Moreover, Shifeng was only able to eliminate the powerful monsters here due to the Purgatory Demon. Chapter 690, Absurd EXP. The top of the world is pretty nice. It's no wonder why those experts in the past tried so hard to come here. Shifeng sighed contentedly after he finished organizing the loot. Among these drops, there were several dozen pieces of level 50 equipment, 2 of which were mysterious iron rank, 16 were bronze rank, and the remainder were common rank. After reaching level 50, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze equipment. Only chieftains would drop bronze equipment with a 100% certainty and had the chance to drop mysterious iron equipment. As a result, players would have a far more difficult time obtaining level 50 high-quality equipment. To make matters worse, the final bosses of level 50 hard mode party dungeons were only chieftains. Only hell mode had lord-ranked final bosses. However, how many ordinary parties were capable of conquering hell mode party dungeons? Moreover, bosses' drop rates declined sharply after level 50. A boss that would drop 6 or 7 items at lower levels would only drop 1 or 2 items after reaching level 50. Shifeng could vaguely remember the time he had fought and grinded frantically, only managing to reach level 50 after an arduous struggle. Yet, what about level 50 equipment? After investing a ton of effort, he had only managed to obtain a full set of level 50 mysterious iron equipment by the time he reached level 50. If he had worn that quality equipment when he was level 45, he would have been considered as an ordinary veteran player at best. Even so, he had been the envy of Blackie and many of his fellow guild members. Back then, wearing several pieces of level 50 mysterious iron equipment into a 20-man team dungeon had been a luxury, not to mention a full set of mysterious iron equipment. After all, one obtained less than a handful of level 50 mysterious iron items after clearing a level 50, 20-man hard mode team dungeon. This was also the reason behind Forger's suddenly popularity surge. Although it might be very difficult for players to forge top-tier equipment, they had a relatively high success rate for producing level 50 and above bronze and mysterious iron weapons and equipment. However, the required materials were not so easily obtained. On the other hand, after defeating a single wave of stone apes, Shifeng now had so many pieces of level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. It was mind-blowing. Shifeng continued to explore Mount Sogar's core area. During his journey, he defeated any stone ape patrols that he encountered for EXP and equipment. Humans had yet to claim Mount Sogar, so there were many stone ape patrols wandering along the mountain trail. It did not take long before Shifeng encountered another patrol team. For Shifeng, this place was a leveling heaven. Against the Stone Ape patrols, the Purgatory Demon's strength was simply overwhelming. In less than 3 hours, Shifeng easily reached 74% of level 33. If he wanted to, he could place in the top 20 of Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Previously, to obtain the first clear of level 30, 100-man team dungeons, the various guilds had intentionally held back their levels. Meanwhile, some powerful independent experts or workshop experts had not. Instead, they took the opportunity to level up rapidly, earning some fame for themselves. Hence, the current average level on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was quite high, with the top 3 players at level 34. Meanwhile, the top 20 on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list were all level 33 and above. If not for the Purgatory Demon helping him grind on Mount Sogar, he might have struggled to catch up to the top 20 players. Mount Sogar was massive. It was almost 3 times as large as an ordinary leveling map of the same level. Hence, searching for Solomon's treasure was time-consuming. Shifeng also encountered many powerful monsters throughout his journey, which slowed his progress further. To explore Mount Sogar effectively, Shifeng had used the Bible of Darkness and Magic Amplification Scroll once more to summon a level 51 Tier 3 Cursed Demon. Although the Cursed Demon had similarly turned on him, Shifeng had directed the Purgatory Demon to incapacitate the Cursed Demon, allowing him to force it into submission. Unlike the Purgatory Demon, however, the Cursed Demon did not possess any Tier 3 taboo skills. It also only had 9,500,000 HP. However, as it was a magic-type demon, its AoE capabilities were much stronger than the Purgatory Demon. With 2 Tier 3 demons under his control, Shifeng could explore the area far more efficiently. He had no problems facing even 2 or 3 waves of Stone Ape patrols simultaneously. He no longer had to waste too much time hiding and killing monsters. The Stoneclaw Mountains Inner Region. Kola, be careful of that half-orc lord's skills. Lure it away from the team first. Everyone else, focus fire on the lord that Turtledove is tanking. Fire Dance fought while commanding her team to deal with 2 level 40 half-orc lords. Currently, players crowded the Stoneclaw Mountains. To secure more resources for themselves, Zero Wing's main force had no choice but to distance themselves from the crowd and push deeper into the mountains. They were lucky if they encountered a lord in the outer region. However, after reaching the inner region, the number of lords wandering about had increased significantly. From time to time, players would have to face 2 lords simultaneously. This was a huge challenge for teams. Hence, the various guild teams avoided this area. To Zero Wing's main force, however, this area was just difficult enough. Zero Wing's lead MT Kola wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the Bluefire Shield. He had no problems handling a single level 40 lord by himself. As for Turtledove, she had recently obtained the epic rank Divine Frost armor, so she, too, could tank a lord without assistance. In addition, Yi Wumian similarly wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment for shield warriors. He was constantly ready to jump in when necessary. If the MTs had no issues, there was no need to mention the team's DPS. Whether it was Fire Dance, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, or Violet Cloud, every one of them possessed superb attack power. They also wore equipment that allowed them to ignore more than 10 of monsters' levels. Without any level suppression, their damage against level 40 lords would not be affected in the slightest. Hence, the team was more than capable of taking down 2 level 40 lords simultaneously. Currently, the members of Zero Wing's main force were all at level 32, leveling with impressive speed. There were a few reasons for their leveling rate. First, everyone's experience bars had been frozen around 90% of level 30 throughout their raid of the Frost Prison. After obtaining the first clear of the Hell Mode Frost Prison, everyone promptly turned their attention to grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They also managed to accumulate the double EXP buff by resting in the guild residence's private rooms while they had been offline. While they had focused on raiding the Frost Prison, they had accumulated more than one level's worth of the double EXP buff. Thus, the moment they returned to leveling, they rapidly climbed to level 32. In less than 20 minutes, the team had dealt with their latest half-orc enemies, resulting in everyone's experience bars rising significantly. Fire Dance, our guild members have been ambushed in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Be careful. Aqua Rose suddenly contacted Fire Dance to warn her. Someone's ambushed our guild members. Fire Dance was slightly surprised. Which guild is it? Stone Forest Town was Zero Wings territory now. For someone to dare target Zero Wings members in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they were simply asking to be banned from the town. I don't think that it's a guild. The ambushed members reported that their attackers had not worn any guild emblems. After watching the videos they recorded, the ambushers didn't seem like any guild experts I've encountered. However, the enemy is moving in relatively large groups. The smaller groups have around a dozen or so players, while the largest one is a 50-man team. I've researched that team already. They do not belong to any guild. Rather, the team belongs to a workshop. Aqua Rose was similarly surprised when she received the report on these assailants. After all, every player currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains should know Zero Wings' reputation. Yet, there were still people who dared to ambush their members. In any case, your team should be on the lookout as well. I'll try to learn more as soon as possible. If this really were the doing of a guild, then she would destroy that guild's foothold in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Alright, I'll make a note of it. Fire Dance nodded. There would not be any other players in the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. After all, the danger here was much higher than in the outer areas. Ordinary players could not set foot here and survive. However, as soon as Fire Dance disconnected the call, she heard Minor Wind's anxious voice through the team chat. A large group of players is approaching. Chapter 691, Red List. In God's domain, not only did Rangers possess both melee and ranged combat capabilities, but their perception and scouting abilities were also superior to other classes. Particularly, out in the dangerous fields, if a party had a ranger among its members, the party could avoid many potential dangers. As the number one ranger of Zero Wing, not only did Minor Wind wear excellent equipment, but he had also learned some rare skills thanks to Shifeng's guidance, particularly scouting and perception skills. Some of these skills could strengthen a player's 5 senses, even allowing them to see a blade of grass that was over 100 yards away. If they could detect a powerful monster approaching, they could avoid unnecessary battles. As a ranger expert, Minor Wind could reach even greater heights with these skills. If an enemy did not possess skills like the assassin's stealth, Minor Wind would easily discover them as they shifted through the grass, even from 150 yards away. Are they guild players? Fire Dance asked. This was the Stoneclaw Mountains' inner region. Not only were the monsters very high-leveled, but they were also much stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. Generally, only large guilds' main forces were capable of grinding here. No. None of them are wearing any guild emblems. Moreover, they all are red names, Minor Wind reported and shook his head after observing them carefully with eagle eyes. Based on how they're moving, it is clear that they are coming straight for us. They're charging at us. Kola could not help but laugh. Do these red names think that we are easy targets? The others also began laughing. With their team's skills and equipment, even an army of 1,000 elite players would not be a problem, much less a small team. Other players should celebrate their peaceful coexistence. Yet, now, an unknown group of players intentionally sought them out to cause trouble. These people did not understand the difference between life and death. Alright, enough. Everyone get ready, Fire Dance commanded. She felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. She then directed a question to Minor Wind, asking, roughly how many of them are there? There should be around 300 people. Among them, there's one person I've seen before. He's an expert ranked on Starmoon Kingdom's red list. Minor Wind could not help his surprise after he could observe more details about the approaching enemies. The main god system had not comprised nor did it handle the red list. Rather, players had established it to keep a record of powerful red names. Starmoon Kingdom's red list only kept a record of the top 100 red names in the kingdom. Every one of these red names was an expert. Among these red list experts, there were even a few that guilds would not casually provoke. Fortunately, however, these experts also avoided provoking the various large guilds. Hence, the relationship between them had always been relatively peaceful, each minding their own businesses. Yet, now, an expert on the red list had actually come to challenge them. This was certainly unexpected. Since they want to target Zero Wing, make sure their visit is a one-way trip. Fire Dance glowered. She felt there was more to this than what appeared on the surface. Although she did not know what it was, dealing with the approaching red names took priority over all else. Immediately, Fire Dance led the team to welcome their aggressors. Big Brother Traceless Blood, it seems that we've been discovered, a sharp-faced male ranger in tight, gray leather clothes hurriedly reported to the male assassin beside him. This assassin had eyes like a venomous snake, and he hid his face behind a black scarf. Although this male assassin had a thin body, among the nearly 300 red names present, not a single person dared to underestimate him. It was because this man was an expert ranked within the top 10 of Starmoon Kingdom's red list. Although there was more than one red list expert among the crowd, none of them could even hope to hold a candle to Traceless Blood. After all, Traceless Blood had once massacred a third-rate guild's main force. Moreover, even though said third-rate guild had attempted to corner Traceless Blood many times, they had never once successfully killed him. On the contrary, the assassin had claimed their guild leader's life multiple times. For a time, that guild had been a laughingstock. From that moment on, no guild out there dared to underestimate Traceless Blood. Aside from guilds, Traceless Blood had also killed many of Starmoon Kingdom's experts. His most notable assassination attempt so far was his assassination of the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past. In the end, although he had failed to kill Galaxy Past, he had escaped the Star Alliance's many experts. This outcome had angered Galaxy Past greatly, and the man had even ordered a bounty on Traceless Blood, rewarding 50 gold each time someone manages to kill him. If converted to credits, 50 gold was the equivalent of more than 100,000 credits. This was sufficient to tempt many people. Unfortunately, until this day, not a single person had managed to kill Traceless Blood even once. On the contrary, Galaxy Past's bounty had only served to boost the assassin's fame, becoming an infamous red name on Starmoon Kingdom's bounty list. Good, then. I've wanted to experience the skills of Zero Wing's experts for a while now. You guys should be careful. Although we have the numerical advantage, our coordination is definitely no match for theirs. Try to split their members up as much as possible, Traceless Blood commanded. He then activated stealth and vanished before the crowd. Everyone nodded in response. In truth, however, they all looked down on Zero Wing. They were all PvP experts. Hundreds, if not thousands, of players had died at each of these red names' hands. Particularly in field battles, the various large guilds' experts were no different from pampered flowers. These experts mainly focused on raiding dungeons. When it came to PvP in the fields, such experts were nothing to them. I heard that the equipment of Zero Wing's main force is superb. We're going to make a fortune. Many red names drooled when thinking about Zero Wing's equipment. Someone's charging towards us, a red name ranger shouted. Immediately, every red name went on alert, focused on the group of players charging towards them. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, they're just a bunch of noobs that don't know what a real battle is. Rather than attacking from a distance first, they've decided to jump into their graves. Many of the ranged red names began to launch attacks at Zero Wing's 3 MTs. These three were none other than Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove. Facing more than 100 ranged attacks, the 3 MTs immediately utilized the trees as cover, avoiding the oncoming attacks while advancing. Even when an attack landed, they only received a few hundred damage. All 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP, so this damage was barely a scratch. A single heal from the rear line healers was all they needed to recover. Such high defense and HP. However, do you really think you can win by relying on your equipment? A few melee red names could not help but curse disdainfully as they watched the 3 MTs. They then readied their weapons and charged to meet Zero Wing in battle. Equipment was only one of the many aspects of battle. Even if their HPs and defenses were higher, they could not live if they could not move. Suddenly, dozens of melee players surrounded the 3 MTs, halting their advance. Knowing that Kola and the others had superior equipment, these red names did not take them head-on. Instead, they used skills to restrict the trio, creating opportunities for the ranged players to chip away their HPs. Turtledove was only a guardian knight. Even if her dodging capabilities were more powerful, against more than a dozen players, she was bound to be hit sooner or later. Red name's normal attacks usually dealt around -400 damage to her. If a powerful skill stuck her, she would receive more than -1000 damage. She would not last long even if she cast Protection Blessing on herself. I can finally test out this move. Turtledove smiled calmly as she activated Freezing Air. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.